Good afternoon. Welcome to this live proceedings of the Senate on this second day of March 2023. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon. At order number 8 will be the first reading of the Cotton Industry Development Bill. This is Senate Bills number 5 of 2023. The bill is by Senator Beth Siengo. The principal object of this bill is to provide for the policy and the institutional framework within which cotton industry operates, among others, establishing the Cotton Industry Development Board. The cotton industry was once a major foreign exchange earner whose collapse led to massive loss of revenue to the government and farmers. Governmental issues, regulatory challenges, national and international economic realities, and scientific reliability are some of the pressing concerns that need to be addressed by the institution responsible for cotton industry development in order to attain success in the industry. There is therefore a genuine need for a strong and robust policy and institutional foundation to support and guide the multitude of activities, operations, and interactions within the industry, with the aim that the growth of the industry will result to a strengthened agricultural economy for the various counties across the country. The highlight of this bill is the revamping of cotton farming in order to make it a profitable, sustainable, and development-oriented activity. Clauses 41 of the bill do not delegate powers of the Cabinet Secretary for the purpose of giving effect to the provisions of the Act. The bill does not limit fundamental rights and freedoms. Agriculture is a devolved function set out in paragraph 1 and of part 2 of the 4th schedule of the Constitution. By facilitating the development of the cotton industry in the country, the bill seeks to ensure that cotton farmers have opportunities to enhance cotton farming and value addition to cotton products. This will in turn facilitate the growth and development of the economy of the counties that produce cotton and the country at large. The bill therefore concerns county governments in terms of Article 110, Subarticle 1A of the Constitution. That bill is by the Senator Beth Siengo, and it has been lined up for the first reading in the Senate this afternoon. It comes at order number 8. At order number 9, there will be a resumption of debate on a motion by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. The motion is on the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on the 2023 Budget Policy Statement. Thereafter, at order number 10, there will also be a resumption of debate on a motion by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, and it is on the adoption of the report.
Beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come and our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Sergeant at times, kindly ring the bell for 5 minutes. We do not have quorum now.
If you're just joining us, the business of the Senate is yet to begin. The House lacks quorum, and the quorum bell is currently being rung to allow members to walk into the chambers and take their seats to allow the Senate to undertake the business of the day. This afternoon, the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022, will be debated. This is for the second reading. And then the other bill that is also scheduled for debate for the second reading is the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2022. The debate on this had already begun before it was interrupted on Wednesday, 1st March 2023. There are two bills which have been lined up for debate for the second reading. The County Vocational Education and Training Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2022, and the Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2022. There is a motion which is active in the Senate, and it was debated last on Tuesday, 28th February 2023. The balance of time there is 2 hours 41 minutes. The motion is by the Senator Gloria Roba on the provision of free sanitary towels to end period poverty. The senators have already begun debate on this, and it comes at order number 15. At order number 16 is the motion by the Senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohammed Chute, and it's on the institution of measures to curb incessant high electricity costs in Kenya. That motion by the Honorable Senator for Marsabit County comes at order number 16. The Senator is concerned that private power generating companies, popularly referred to as independent power producers, only supply 28% of power to KPLC, but account for 47% of power purchase costs, calling for the need to enhance energy management in Kenya. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Standing Committee on Energy to undertake an inquiry into contracts signed by the IPPS detailing the cost, capacity, and duration of the contractual agreements and their implications on affordability of electricity in the country. That is one of the pleadings by the Senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohammed Chute. And coming in at order number 17 is a motion by the Honorable Senator Wahome Wamatinga and Senator Mohammed Faki. The motion is on enhancing highway safety and convenience. And at order number 18 is a motion by the Honorable Senator Enokwambua on drought mitigation. It's a motion on drought mitigation program in public schools. At order number 19 is another motion by Senator Agnes Kavindu on the compensation to the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States Embassy in Nairobi. Those are some of the businesses that the senators will be engaging in this afternoon.
Clerk, first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Baringo. The delegation comprises members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee who are on a 5-day study tour with the counterpart committee of the Senate. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Honorable Ernest Kibet Tarus, the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, and MCA. The Honorable Simon Kimunge Kiplagat, Vice Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. The Honorable Lawi K. Talam, Member of the Budget Committee. The Honorable Maria Chepuriot Losilei, Member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. The Honorable Alex Kiprono Kurui, Member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. The Honorable Lurien Sam Locales, Member of the committee. The Honorable Ben Koech, Member of the committee. Mr. Emmanuel Kubai, Principal Hansard Reporter. Mr. Jaffred Kipkorir Chepsoi, Assistant Director, HRM and Development. Mr. Kiptun K. Jonathan, Clerk of the committee. Mr. Ronald Chirutich, Principal Physical Analyst. Mr. Motonyo Piracol Dennis, Clerk Assistant to the committee. Mr. Wilson Kachem Kiptui, Accounts Assistant. And lastly, Mr. Amos K. Chirogoni, Sergeant at Arms. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish you a fruitful visit to the Senate. I thank you. I will allow, is the Senator for Baringo in the House? Kindly take the floor and make your welcoming remarks to the delegation from Baringo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the second time members of Baringo County Assembly have had a chance to visit the House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to very sincerely thank the members who are members of the Budget Committee of the Assembly of Baringo, to welcome them to this upper house. Mr. Speaker, Baringo County, as I said that time, and I want to repeat again today, is known in this country as a county that has been able to stand firm and to uphold democracy in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the infamous BBI was being debated in the country, most counties, Mr. Speaker, county assemblies were shy. They were not prepared to take a position and either reject or approve the BBI. Mr. Speaker, Baringo County became the first county, Mr. Speaker, that came out very strongly and rejected the BBI. Mr. Speaker, thereafter, the High Court of the Republic of Kenya followed the Baringo position. The Court of Appeal, the same. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court, the highest, the apex court in the land, again agreed with the County of Baringo. Mr. Speaker, I am proud as a Senator of Baringo that today, some of the members who are in that house are in this chamber today, Mr. Speaker, visiting this house. I want to thank them, and I want to affirm to them that as their Senator, Mr. Speaker, I will be in the forefront to stand with them and to advance democracy in this country, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome them again to learn from this House. Mr. Speaker, there has been some situations in this country where county assemblies have had some fracas, some confusion, some fights. There is a lot of order in Baringo County, Mr. Speaker. And as we move forward as a country, Mr. Speaker, the devolution which we have embraced as a country, Mr. Speaker, is our business as Senate. And Mr. Speaker, as the Senator Baringo County, being a member of this Senate, Mr. Speaker, we will work together to ensure that democracy, to ensure that devolution, which is the only way we can take more resources, Mr. Speaker, to our people, is actually upheld. We are now in the process of making our budget, Mr. Speaker. We are now in the budget cycle. And Mr. Speaker, my appeal to this House, already, Mr. Speaker, recently we were able to pass that law in December, where we had more money going to our counties. Baringo, Mr. Speaker, in that particular law, received 800 million. We will continue to work together under your leadership, Mr. Speaker, and our counties to ensure that counties are resourced to have enough resources to serve our people. I want to welcome my fellow leaders from Baringo. I'm proud of you people. We will move together and ensure Baringo remains the county that has already been recognized to stand firm and rejected the infamous BBI. Mr. Speaker, under your leadership, counties which have problems, and I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, already our devolution committee in this House are beginning to ensure that if there is any issue in counties with challenges, they should move forward. And we will not hesitate in Baringo. If there is any issue, Mr. Speaker, myself as a senator, the colleagues in the county assembly, and the devolution committee of this House shall move forward so that we have our counties, Mr. Speaker, move and avoid the fights that are normally witnessed in other counties. I welcome them, and I want to tell them to learn from this House and ensure that you also add value to our county in Baringo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I do have further communication. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have 58 students accompanied by 5 teachers from Uwalimo Secondary School in Nairobi City County who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. I'm not seeing Senator Sifuna. I will pick a Nairobi delegation. Senator Tabitha, please welcome the students.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. Let me take this good opportunity this afternoon to welcome the students in this beautiful county of Nairobi. As leaders of this country, we are happy to see you in the education system. Mine is to urge you, as the younger generation, to pursue your goal of education, because as I've always stated and as I've always said and as I've always encouraged, I've always said that education is what your parents can always give you and nobody can be able to take away from you. I've always stated that generations have changed. We are in a digital space. We are in a Western time where matters or cultures have actually changed over time. I urge you, the generation that we set these laws for, that you take up the role and follow what is good, take what is right, and that can be able to positively, open your future goals to what you want to pursue. Also, politics is a career. I encourage you to follow suit. We are here, we started from far. I started from being a pharmacy student. I'm a pharmaceutical student, still currently pursuing my PhD at the University of Nairobi. And I want to tell you, education has no end. Each day is a learning day to the youth generation. I take this opportunity to also state that matters LGTB normally sometimes have been stated to start from the younger generation. I take this floor today to urge the generation that we set the culture, because we are Africans. We set the culture moving forward, that some of these Western things, you, the younger generation, as we guide you, we kindly urge you, we kindly request you not to entertain the Western world of LGTB. Strongly, I rebuke it. And I ask you also to always kindly listen to your parents, put God first, and all doors shall be opened unto you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion.
What is your point of order, Senator Wambua?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 37 to seek leave of the Senate to adjourn to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely the decision of the Supreme Court of Kenya in NGOs Coordination Board versus Eric Gitari and 5 others, in petition number 16 of 2019, which declared discrimination against lesbians, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community, LGBTQ, unconstitutional, and affirmed the rights of the community to form an association. Simameni bana. Simameni bana. Nini bana? Wewe wacha hiyo neno bana.
Honorable Senators, I have indeed confirmed that the requisite threshold has been attained, and I direct that the Senate will adjourn at 5:30 to discuss the said motion. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a statement of business commencing Tuesday, the 7th of March, 2023, pursuant to Standing Order number 57. Mr. Speaker, sir, I hereby present the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, the 7th of March, 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, the status of legislative business is beginning to get heavy. There are 13 bills which are the second reading stage. 4 of these bills are scheduled in today's order paper at order number 11, 12, and 13 and 14, while the remaining 9 bills have been referred to the respective standing committees for consideration pursuant to Standing Order number 145. The Senate Business Committee will schedule these bills for second readings upon completion of the 30-day period for committees to consider bills. However, in the event that a standing committee tabled a report earlier than stipulated timeline, the Senate Business Committee will prioritize the bill for such reading. I feel I need to explain this, Mr. Speaker, that there are committees that have worked so well. The last 2 or 3 weeks I've spoken on the need for chairpersons of committees to expedite and prioritize business of bill and the committee reports being presented to this House before the stipulated timeline, Mr. Speaker. And there are committees, there are good chairpersons that have heeded this call, and therefore this is just an assurance to them that once the House is seized of the committee's report on a particular bill, even if that bill on the queue of bills to be considered before the House is listed way further, we shall give priority to such bills, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I urge committee members and chairpersons to give bills and their reports the consideration that is due unto them so that they can be quickly processed by this House. 5 other bills are undergoing concurrence pursuant to Article 110(3) of the Constitution and will be scheduled for the first reading upon the completion of this process. Mr. Speaker, we must register our appreciation with the cordial and collegiate relationship that you continue to enjoy with your counterpart, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula. Each time we refer to statements and bills that are under consideration under 110(3), despite the fact that there are other matters that are pending between the two houses, at least we do celebrate the fact that ever since the two of you took reins of Parliament, there is no particular bill that we can say ought to have come to the Senate and hasn't been sent to this House, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate that is the intention of our drafters of our Constitution. I don't think that they expected that we shall always have to battle it out in court, as has been the case in the previous 2 sessions of Parliament. However, Mr. Speaker, having said that, it is still my sincere hope that we shall conclude on the mediation process that is going on between us and the National Assembly, because we want to put this matter to rest with finality. In fact, if we can reach a point of agreement, Mr. Speaker, without having the Supreme Court issuing a determination, because we couldn't agree amongst the two houses, then the country will have won, Mr. Speaker. I hope that we shall conclude that process. I know that we still have a few days to run after the meeting that we had in attendance of a minority leader, myself, yourself, as well as a team from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, I cannot emphasize enough the need for the standing committees to expeditiously consider bills, refer to them, and table reports pursuant to Standing Order number 148. I also urge the respective movers to be available in the chamber whenever their bills are scheduled in the order paper number 4. With respect to the petitions, members of the public continue to show their confidence in the Senate to hear and determine matters of concern to them. We have now received 6 petitions, which have been committed to the respective committees pursuant to Standing Order number 238. I continue to urge respective committees. I continue to urge, one second, I'll take that again. I continue to urge respective committees to consider these petitions expeditiously and to table the reports within the required 60-day period. I take this opportunity to request the chairpersons who are facing any challenges in processing business to bring these matters to my attention so that appropriate interventions, either through the liaison committee or the Senate Business Committee, may be made to address any bottlenecks. With respect to statements, there have been numerous sought pursuant to Standing Order number 53. I look forward to committee chairpersons making reports on the statements in the coming days. I continue to encourage senators and the respective standing committees to identify and come up with legislative intervention that will be converted into bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, on Tuesday, the 7th of March, 2023, the SBC will consider and approve business for the day. This is projected to contain business that will not have been concluded from today's order paper and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. The order paper for Wednesday, 8th March 2023 and Thursday, 9th March 2023 will as well contain business that will not be concluded on Tuesday, 7th and Wednesday, 8th, respectively. The SBC will also schedule any other business as well as petitions and statements pursuant to the standing orders. I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order, Senator Mann?
Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, 2 months ago I made a request for statement in relation to human-wildlife conflict in Makueni. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I have not been called by the relevant committee to make a presentation nor received an answer on the same. Mr. Speaker, yesterday an elephant killed somebody in Kibwezi East, Mr. Speaker, and the Wananchi refused to let the body go till this afternoon when KWS went there together with policemen and tear gassed Wananchi. so that they could take away the body, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really looking forward to an answer from the committee, an answer from the minister in charge of wildlife, an answer from the director of CID, of KWS. And Mr. Speaker, in this matter, it is now become a matter of criminal nature, in that there has been negligence or criminal negligence on the part of officers of KWS. Knowing very well the elephants are there, they've gotten reports. They just let them, wander around, and yet the county government has done a wire, and all they needed to do, Mr. Speaker, since Monday was just to take the animals across, and they are not able to come back to Kibwezi East. Mr. Speaker, the matter has really escalated, and I'm looking forward to see the DPP failure of the committee giving me any answers so that we can pursue criminal prosecution on criminal negligence charges on the death of this particular man, Mr. Speaker, so that then we can wake up the officers of KWS, and they know when they neglect their duty and somebody dies, then they can be charged in a court of law, Mr. Speaker. I thank you and look forward to quickly receiving an answer on this particular matter so that we may save the people of Makueni from being killed by elephants. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chairman of the Standing Committee on Lands, can we have an indication when that matter will be laid to rest due to the urgency of the matter? Thank you. What is your point of order, Senator Kinyua?
Asante Bwana Spika. Ni kweli huu usumbufu kwa hawa wanyama wamekuwa kusumbua hata Laikipia. Tumeandika taarifa tukiuliza hayo maswali. Bwana Spika, ukitembelea sehemu ya Sironi, mtu ameshambuliwa na ndovu na kuuawa. Bwana Spika, mimea yetu yote imeharibiwa na ndovu. Ukienda sehemu ya Manguo, viboko wanashambulia watu, Bwana Spika. Na mimi sina shaka pangu rohoni, mwenyekiti ambaye najua ni senator wa kutoka Nyandarua Medhu, nimemsikiza katika mikutano mingi akisema yeye ni kiongozi wa wanyama, Bwana Spika. Sasa hawa wanyama inakaa wamemlemea, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Medhu atumie lugha ambayo anaelewa vizuri, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe, Bwana Spika, ndio amekuwa akituambia kila mkutano, anasema yeye ni mwenyekiti wa mazingira na wanyama wako katika chini yake. Sijui sasa wanyama wamekaa juu yake, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu sasa amenyamaza kimya. Bwana Spika, leo tunamuomba Senator Medhu aongee kuhusu viboko, aongee kuhusu hawa wanyama, ndio atuambie kiasi ya kazi ambayo ametenda, kwa sababu hawa wanyama wanatusumbua, Bwana Spika. Ukitembea Laikipia, kama si kiangazi kinatusumbua ni wanyama, kama si wanyama, Bwana Spika, ni hawa majangili wanaotuiba. Kwa hivyo siku ya leo, Bwana Spika, Senator Medhu tunamngojea kwa hamu na gamu aweze kutujibu ili tuweze kutosheka. Asante Bwana Spika.
What is your point of order, Senator Chirangi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise understanding order number 1. I note with concerns, and I think I do register with your office, that sometimes there are issues that are of importance and very urgent. Is there a way through your office you give an order, and I don't know whether your Deputy Speaker is the chairperson of Liaison Committee, where if we have an urgent matter, like what Senator Manso and Senator Kinyu are putting across, the chairpersons or those specific committees can give progress report. For example, if an urgent matter comes before the House like today on Thursday, is there a way with your office and your secretariat, a progress report can be given at the next sitting, maybe probably on Tuesday or Wednesday, so that we avoid, I know 14 days and 7 days, and some of these matters, Mr. Speaker, are sometimes very urgent. It involves life, the issue of life and death. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I request understanding order number 1, by your powers, kindly, the chairpersons can be giving progress, especially on urgent and important matters. Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, there are things which are urgent, but not very important. Mr. Speaker, finally, is also to suggest through your office, if there are urgent issues, like, for example, what happened in Marsabit yesterday, or what is happening in wildlife, is there a possibility through the guidance of your office, to give powers to these committees to make presence on the ground. Let them even between Friday and Monday, your office can facilitate them so that the people of the Republic of Kenya can see that there is something happening. Mr. Speaker, if we can give directions on those issues as standing order number 1, then the House will be efficient in terms of its discharge of duty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Senator Chirange. That's a very noble issue that you've raised. It shall be discussed at the SBC, and a direction will be given, and it shall be communicated to the liaison committee. Senator Matthew, kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, allow me to maybe first of all condole with the family from Kibwezi that was mentioned by the Senator for Makueni, who lost their loved one out of human-wildlife conflict. Mr. Speaker, while I confirm to him and Senator Kinyua, and indeed all the other senators who are here, that I serve as chairman of the committee that deals with wildlife. Our committee is broad. We do with the forests and the animals that live within the forest. So I confirm, Mr. Chairman, that I'm the chairman in essence of the animals, the wildlife. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, sorry. I would want to commit that my committee, which is well represented today here, will give the matter the urgency that it deserves. But Mr. Speaker, even as we look at this matter, there is a deeper matter that will finally get seized off. When we're looking at the budget policy statement, there's something that my committee put as a, as a note that although all these conflicts between human and wildlife, government takes responsibility that they are supposed, the claims are supposed to be paid. We now have claims worth 4.2 billion that are supposed to be paid by the Ministry of Wildlife. In their budget, they have only provided 1 billion. So ultimately, that is why you are finding claims of 5 years have not been settled, Mr. Speaker. So even as we look at these issues, the ministry says that this time they are investing in conjunction with the Ministry for Environment and Forestry. They are investing in ensuring that they try and reduce the conflict. Because it's not about, Mr. Speaker, just speaking about certain claims. We should, certain claims is people who have lost their lives, people who have been caused very serious bodily harm. So the more we reduce the conflict, the better it is for all of us. The more the claims come down, the better for all of us. Instead of just, Senator will come and then they will call the Cabinet Secretary, they will come and they will take responsibility, they will say that this happened, we are looking at this claim, but 5 years down the line, they will not have done anything. He has actually indicated that had KWS done something, what happened yesterday would not have happened. So they should work towards becoming proactive rather than chasing paying claims, accepting liabilities, and doing those things, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I commit that we shall be able to deal with this matter in not more than 7 days, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, this is just one of the many statements that are raised in this House every day, including today, Mr. Speaker. You look at the order paper, you see an issue to do with the human-wildlife conflict that will come to our committee. So, Mr. Speaker, then we must look for a way to ensure that we address this matter, maybe not once and for all, because it is not possible, because we are living with the animals, but ensure that we reduce these problems such that the elephants that are disturbing the people of Makueni will be taken to the forest. We need the elephants and we need the people. So, Mr. Speaker, I commit that in 7 days we shall be able to look at this matter.
Senator Tabitha Kerocha. What is your point of order, Senator Faki?
Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kulingana na kanuni zako, hususan kanuni namba 5 kuhusiana na mavazi ya seneta ambao anastahili kuvaa akiwa katika chemba hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, seneta mwanamume atakana avae koti, kola, tai, suruali ndefu ama long socks na viatu ama nguo za huduma ama nguo za kidini. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimemwona ndugu yangu Seneta Chimera pale. Vazi alilovaa sidhani kama linaruhusiwa katika bunge hili. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa utoe mwongozo kuhusiana na vazi ambazo Mheshimiwa Chimera ameweza kuvaa katika bunge hili. Asante.
What is your point of order, Senator Kinyo?
Bwana Spika, nimemsikiza Senator Faki akitaja mavazi ambayo yanapaswa kuvaliwa, lakini kimwangalia Senator Chimera, Bwana Spika, amevaa mavazi ambayo yanakubalika katika jumba hili. Bwana Spika, amevaa kaunda suit ambayo nimekuwa nikimuona senator wa kutoka Kisii akiwa amevaa, Bwana Spika, kila wakati. Bwana Spika, ukweli wa mambo ni ya kwamba pengine ndugu yangu Senator Faki kutoka Mombasa, kwa sababu amevaa miwani, Bwana Spika, tunaweza tukamkubalia pengine haoni vizuri, kwa sababu mimi niko karibu na Senator Chimera, naona amevaa vilivyo, Bwana Spika. Na ukimwona Bwana Spika, Senator Faki ako na miwani, Bwana Spika, kwa hivyo naweza nikamuia radhi. La Senator Chimera amevaa mavazi ambayo ni mazuri, Bwana Spika, na kwa sababu jana uliongea na ukasema ya kwamba mavazi ambayo hasa ni ya Kiafrika tunapasa tuyatilie mkazo, kwa sababu ni vizuri tuseme ya kwamba Bwana Spika, utamaduni wetu unafaa zaidi na tuweze kuutukuza. Ni kama vile Bwana Spika ninavyoongea Kiswahili, wengine wanasema ya kwamba sipaswi kuongea Kiswahili kwa sababu mtu anayeongea Kiswahili ni kama hajaelimika vilivyo, Bwana Spika. Anapaswa ongee lugha ya nyani, Bwana Spika, ambayo ni Kiingereza. Kwa hivyo nikimwangalia Chimera ako sawa sawa, Bwana Spika, na mimi hata ijapokuwa Bwana Spika sitaki kukuambia uamuzi utakaotoa, lakini kwangu mimi na wengi walioko hapa, hata mwenzake naona hata wakili wa kutoka Makueni hata anakubaliana na mimi kwa sababu anaona vizuri. Bwana Spika, nasema asante.
I rule on a point of order. What exactly is out of order of that dressing? So that I understand you. You have indeed read the Speaker's rule, rule number 5, but what exactly is Senator Chimera breaching in that particular rule?
Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna koti la mikono mifupi. Koti ni la mikono mirefu ambayo inatoka kutoka kwenye bega mpaka kwenye viganja. Mheshimiwa Spika, ili hatuwezi kusema kwamba ni koti. Hata kama ingekuwa ni kaunda suit, lakini hiyo ni kaunda suit ambayo ni ya mikono mirefu. Nguo ambazo anavaa Senator Onyonka, kaunda suit anayovaa Senator Onyonka, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni ya mikono mirefu na inaziba sehemu hizi mpaka kwenye vitanga, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, Senator Joyce, nafikiri ungenipa nafasi niongee.
Senator Faki, just proceed with your explanation.
Lile vazi alilovaa Senator Chimera, Mheshimiwa Spika, sio vazi ambalo linakubalika kulingana na kanuni zako. Kama ingekuwa ni vazi la kienyeji tungeweza kumsamehe. Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunda suti si vazi la Kiafrika. Asante.
Honorable Senators, the Speaker's rule on dressing are very clear, especially if you look at rule number 5. And it goes to define what we are supposed to wear as we come to this House. And for avoidance of doubt, let me also read it out to all of us. That senators are required not to enter the chamber, lounge, or dining room without being properly dressed. This means that a male senator will be dressed in a coat, collar, tie, long trousers, socks, and shoes, or service uniform, religious attire, or such other decent dressing as may be approved by the Speaker from time to time. The Honorable Senator Chimera is dressed in a Kaunda suit. The definition of a coat does not include that it covers the entire arm. And I therefore rule that the senator is properly dressed. And if any event, as a speaker, I have the power from time to time to determine what a decent dress is. Using that power as a speaker, I rule that indeed Senator Chimera is decently dressed. Proceed. Senator Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53 to seek statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the status of resettlement of the informal settlers residing in Kasarani and Elbagon areas in Molo Sub-County, Nakuru County. In the statement, the committee should apprise the Senate on the progress made by the national government towards the settlement of the victims of East Mau, who are now residing at Kasarani and Elbagon in Molo Sub-County, and Nakuru East Pipeline, Nakuru County. State whether there is any allocation in the budget by the national government to resettle the victims. State if there has been any input by the national government to address the public petition on resettlement of East Mau forest evictees, which was made to the committee, and explain why the East Mau evictees, unlike their counterparts from Bomet, Kericho, Baringo counties, have been resettled, have not been compensated. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources on the human-wildlife conflict in various areas of Nakuru County. In the statement, the committee should outline measures, if any, that the Kenya Wildlife Service has taken to deal with the rampant human-wildlife conflict in parts of Naivasha East, in particular Kiambogo Village, Longonot, Hell's Gate National Park, Kurusei North, Kurusei South in Nakuru County, where several residents have been killed and crops and properties destroyed by animals. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was raised in Naivasha sub-county, in a village, Kiambogo Village, and there people have 5 acres of land, and we were brought up there and educated and to become who we are to today. But today, as we speak, Kiambogo Village, they can't harvest any of their crop. And this is due to the Mount Longonot National Park.
Senator Tabitha, restrict yourself to reading of the statement. Don't debate it, do not explain it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, list all reported areas of human and wildlife conflicts occasioned by wild animals in Nakuru County from 2020 to date, stating the remedial measures taken, including compensation of families of those killed or maimed by wild animals, and spell out measures being put in place by the government to provide a lasting solution to human-wildlife conflict in the said areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Beth Siengo. If you've nothing to say, you can as well just have a seat.
Thank you.
And senators, as you walk in, don't just queue for purposes of queuing, because I pick the names as per the order in my computer here. So kindly, if you feel at this juncture would not wish to contribute to the matter that is before the floor of the House, please wait until the matter you're interested in contributing to be called upon, then you can press your gadget.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, actually, I really wanted to comment on the issue that was raised, but because I seem to be overtaken by events, I would only say that Senator Tabitha Keroche from Nakuru is concerned about her people and the suffering that they go through. It is important that this is taken into account, and we stand by her statement. Thank you so much.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to comment on the statement by the Senator Nakuru. And Mr. Speaker, Senator Nakuru has raised a very, very important issue. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the committee which will deal with these findings to other counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Baringo, for example, we've had situations similar to the ones in Nakuru. We have like Baringo, and we have like Bogoria. Mr. Speaker, up to today, we still have families who are not able to go back to their areas when the water levels went up in those lakes, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a very emotive issue. And the issues of resettlement of people, Mr. Speaker, apart from those affected because of the high level of waters in the two lakes, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to go beyond even the issue of squatters. Mr. Speaker, areas of Baringo affected by the cattle rustling, Mr. Speaker, in Baringo South, in Baringo North, a lot of families, Mr. Speaker, are not in their homes. They moved away, Mr. Speaker, settling within neighbors, moving to other areas. They are displaced. And Mr. Speaker, even the livelihood in terms of going to children going to schools are not able to go to school, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of them really suffer. Mr. Speaker, I think this House, apart from dealing with the statements by Honorable Senator Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, we have the responsibility as a House that deals with matters, counties, Mr. Speaker, to deal with this issue of Kenyan suffering for being displaced or arising from disputes that should be resettled, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the committee handling this matter to go beyond Nakuru and also deal with matters in Baringo, where we have families who are displaced, who are not in their homes, and they are really living in very, very bad conditions, Mr. Speaker. And I want to propose that perhaps, Mr. Speaker, during the hearing of this petition or the statement, I will also be able to join the committee to also, argue the case for Baringo, and not only Baringo, Mr. Speaker, but the entire country. I want to thank my colleague for this statement, and I think it is going to help the Kenyan people who are suffering across the country.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement on behalf of Senator Eddie Akech, MP.
That has not been called. I thought you wanted to contribute to the two.
Yes, I had the two assignments, Honorable Speaker. I would like to support the Senator from Nakuru and reiterate our sentiments. He's a senator we work with very closely, and I can see she's working very hard for her people. So we support her in that cause. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chirange.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for this opportunity. I want to support Senator Tabitha Karanja, the Nakuru senator, and congratulate for bringing this statement on the issue of resettlement of informal settlers in Molo, in Nakuru County. Mr. Speaker, sir, this issue of squatters and forest evictees and infrastructural evictees continues to affect this country a great deal. Mr. Speaker, in the last session, when the president appeared, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, he had committed that in the budget they will allocate 10 billion for compensation, especially through land historical injustice, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution is very clear that land historical injustices continues to be a biggest threat in terms of access to affordable housing, life of dignity, Mr. Speaker, and therefore I agree with that there are so many IDPs because of either post-election IDPs, any other form of IDPs. We have even the Mau evictees, Mr. Speaker, that continue to rear its ugly head. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, with this issue, the people of Mau either are compensated, they must be given alternative land, Mr. Speaker, to resettle. Even, Mr. Speaker, when you come to Nandi, we have similar problem. Mr. Speaker, when you go to places like Ipkurere, Ngatipkong, in Nandi Hills constituency and Tindred constituencies, Mr. Speaker, there are many forest evictees who are living outside the forest. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we are lucky as Nandi County because we have 3 forests, unlike any other county, Mr. Speaker. When you come to a place called Mgwen Sub-County, Mr. Speaker, a place in Kiptuya, squatters and evictees, Mr. Speaker, that matter even came before the Lands Committee, Mr. Speaker, in Mgwen Sub-County, in one of the Kiptuya areas, Mr. Speaker. There are many families that are yet to be settled, Mr. Speaker. Also, we have an issue of land historical injustices in Nandi Hills constituency, Mr. Speaker, where whenever people, by the way, drive or fly, and I know Senator Siengo might one day fly over there, Mr. Speaker, even yourself, you have overflown Nandi, and you think all is well, because when you fly over Nandi Hills constituency, you are wondering, these people are living in Canaan. We are not. Because most people who are supposed to be beneficiaries of those lands, the multinationals evicted them. And they are living like monkeys, Mr. Speaker. They don't have a dignity. When somebody dies there, Mr. Speaker, there is nowhere to bury them. In Nandi Hills Sub-County, Mr. Speaker, most people have been made squatters in their own country, Mr. Speaker. And when you see Lipton tea, we saw the scandal that Sex for Work in Kericho County, Mr. Speaker. That tea continues to be stained with the blood of many Kenyans. Because apparently, Mr. Speaker, in as much as somebody is enjoying tea somewhere in London, or anywhere in Europe or in US, Mr. Speaker, that tea is tainted with blood. And the earlier we compensate many families that were evicted for multinational companies, Mr. Speaker, to set up their tea factories, Mr. Speaker, there will always be great travesty of justice, Mr. Speaker. So I want to support the resettlement of Molo settlers, Mau evictees, the evictees from Nandi, specifically Nandi Sub-County, Tindred Sub-County, and Mgwen Sub-County. Let them have the right. Let them feel nice, Mr. Speaker. We are not saying the government should give them chocolate and flowers, but we want them to appreciate the reason they are in the country, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, when you are a man or you are an African, when you don't have land, you are like nobody. That's how we were brought up, Mr. Speaker. You are not a man when you don't have land, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying when you don't have other things, but I'm saying when you are a man and you don't have land, it is an identity, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I hope the Committee on Lands, Settlement and Environment will be able to call us, Mr. Speaker. Let us enrich this discussion. let the government, and I will be appealing, Mr. Speaker, I know it at budget policy statement, let the government at least commit, Mr. Speaker, 10 billion Kenya shillings for resettlement of any squatters, evictees of the forest, and infrastructural activities. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to support.
What is the point of order, Senator Cheptumo?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Gerard Kay comes from Nandi, and I come from Baringo. Mr. Speaker, it worries me that according to Gerard Kay, a man is defined by...
Senator Cheptumo, you ought to have rose on a point of order while the Senator...
You see, in order, Mr. Speaker, to...
Kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat. Senator Abbas, proceed, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I stand to support the Senator for Nekru, Honorable Tabitha. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, this country, there are people who have not been settled for many years. There are people who have remained IDPs in their own country since independence. From the time of Immerul, before the independence, we had so many people who have been displaced by settlers, the white settlers. And up to today, they are landless and the IDPs in their own country. We have so many conflicts in all over the country. People run away from their homes, and they have nowhere to settle, and they all remain informal settlers. Therefore, I think it's the high time that this country must settle its own citizens so that people want to live a decent life. They want their kids to go to school. They want to enjoy farming. They want to get all the privilege that other Kenyans have it. So I support the statement for Senator Tabitha. Thank you, Speaker.
Next, Senator Wakoli. Statement is deferred. Senator Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two
Senator, just before you proceed with your statement, the two statements by Senator Tabitha Keroche are committed to the relevant standing committees in the usual manner. Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will be requesting your indulgence so that I read the two concurrent statements so that if my colleagues want to put any comment across, it will be easier. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, you will allow me to read the two statements concurrently. Mr. Speaker, I request for statement on the ratification and implementation of appropriate scheme of service for clinical officers in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on the ratification and use of appropriate scheme of service for clinical officers in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should, 1, explain why the Ministries of Health and Public Service, Gender, and Affirmative Action have failed to ratify and implement the 2022 draft scheme of service for clinical officers in Kenya. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, state why the Ministry of Health has not concluded the collective bargaining agreement, CBA, negotiations with the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers and the implementation of return to work formula of October 2010. Mr. Speaker, sir, number 3, explain why the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, and Affirmative Action has failed to issue a directive to county governments, 47 of them, that continue to engage clinical officers using the 2014 scheme of service, despite circular advising them to use the 2020 draft scheme of service across the counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, state when the ministry will issue the correction circular to cover diploma clinical officers whose job descriptions are similar to those in the scheme of service at Job Group J and K, Mr. Speaker. So that's my first statement. Mr. Speaker, the second statement, request for statement on the state of affairs at Kenyatta International Convention Center. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on the state of affairs of Kenyatta International Convention Center, KICC. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should, 1, appraise the Senate on the state of KICC management, providing the corporation current financial position in terms of assets and liabilities. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, state reasons, if any, for the failure by Kenyatta International Conference Center management to ensure general cleanliness and availability of basic amenities at the facilities. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, disclose the terms of engagement in the contract between Kenyatta International Conference Center, KICC, and Lavington Security Limited, which is providing security services at the premises. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, sir, state the measures, if any, being taken by KICC to ensure security of tenants and staff. And Mr. Speaker, you are aware, most of the senators and parliamentarians have offices in KICC in view of the current access by all manner of unauthorized persons into the building. And finally, Mr. Speaker, provide an updated list of all contracted service provider at the Kenyatta International Conference Center. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement by the Honorable Senator Cherargei on the question of the terms of engagement for clinical officers. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that the Ministry of Health has not taken up issues to do with labor matters seriously. Mr. Speaker, we know that health is delegated, but the attitudes have also been delegated to the county governments. Mr. Speaker, clinical officers are treated with disdain, with a contempt in the county governments. And so when the Committee of Health is investigating this statement, Mr. Speaker, I would urge them to not only restrict themselves to Nandi County, but also to the rest of the counties in the Republic. Mr. Speaker, the clinical officers do more work even than the doctors. They are the first line of defense when it comes to taking, treating people who are sick in hospitals. We know that the doctors are fewer than the COs. The COs do a great more job than the doctors. Mr. Speaker, the public health sector in various counties have not treated them well. Mr. Speaker, the attitude of the public health has continued to deteriorate. As we speak now, Mr. Speaker, and I would urge the Health Committee to look into this as well. We have had a problem with interns who were employed under the universal health care employment. This was done sometimes in 2020, Mr. Speaker, and they were taken in because at the time the government was trying to boost its universal health reach, and also at the time they wanted to boost the war against COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, in Tana River County, for example, we had 24 universal health coverage interns who were also taken. They were given employment contracts for 1 year. And Mr. Speaker, when those contracts expired, they were simply told by the county government that there is no money to absorb them. Mr. Speaker, even those who had graduated, those who are qualified and employed under the universal health coverage arrangement contracts for 1 year, Mr. Speaker, even them, they were told to just go away. Mr. Speaker, the treatment of our health workers is simply unacceptable. So I'm asking that the health committee, as it sits down now to look at the issues that have been raised on the clinical officers, they should extend their tentacles also to look at issues involving universal health coverage interns and also the other who are employed. Mr. Speaker, the committee must look and see what is the sense of taking people, giving them employment numbers under the Ministry of Health. And because they have those employment personal numbers, they are not able to get any other jobs within the public service. The unfairness must be corrected. So I am urging the committee to treat that statement with the heaviness and the seriousness that it requires so that our health workers, Mr. Speaker, can be given the dignity that they deserve. I support that statement by the Honorable Cherarki. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement by Senator Cherarki that touches on clinicians, on the health sector, not the one on KICC. I don't know about KICC. Mr. Speaker, you know health, and Mr. Speaker, sir, you have been a governor, and you know the excitement that the people we represent who reside in counties had when devolution brought in health as a service that is devolved. And Mr. Speaker, we know that the largest population in this country lives in Mashinani. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, when Senator Cherarki brings an issue that touches on clinical officers, it excites me to rise up and make a comment and support, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is an adage that says that a healthy nation is a working nation. And a working nation, Mr. Speaker, is a wealthy nation, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, for us to have a working nation, we have to ensure that the health of our people, Mr. Speaker, is taken care of. And Mr. Speaker, if you pick statistics, we are staring at a crisis. Mr. Speaker, I serve in the Health Committee of the Senate. And last month, we got a report that in the month of January alone, 50 trained nurses, Mr. Speaker, left Kenyatta National Hospital for greener pastures in the United States of America. Simply because they are getting better pay on the other side of the Atlantic, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that should, catch the attention of SRC. Last year, you remember me speaking here, Mr. Speaker, that the Gazette notice that was released by SRC addressed increase of allowances, perks for people at the higher level, commissioners, ministers, our own president, cabinet secretaries, but there was nothing touching on the health care, the health sector of this country. And Mr. Speaker, that is not right. If this trend continues, Mr. Speaker, we'll wake up one day and find that we have no clinicians, we have no nurses. And that will trigger a big crisis. So I really want to make a very, very passionate appeal to Salaries and the Remuneration Commission, Mr. Speaker. I saw the supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, that as a proposal to give national government an additional 92 billion on to meet the daily expenditure, not development. And I hope that can also address salaries of this cadre of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, we know the president has his prerogative to appoint cabinet administrative secretaries, which is okay. There are only 23 at most. But the people that should get our attention is this class of people, clinicians. And you know, as we moved around, we moved around, Mr. Speaker, and at that time we knew we were getting this thing. You know, we had our Matiang'i on our side. We knew the state was on our side. And we went and assured Kenyans, once we take, you'll have 6,000 in your pockets. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we lost. Now you are, the Uda administration is in government. And you remember, you promised the people of Kenya that it will be bottom up. That is the message that you deliver to Kenyans. And the best way to implement that policy is to ensure that these Kenyans, who are really at the bottom of the pyramid in terms of their earnings, should be taken care of, Mr. Speaker. And these are they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our voters at the county level. We really need to champion their cause, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that the committee that will be tasked into looking into this matter, Mr. Speaker, will include summoning SRC to give us an update as to when they last reviewed salaries of clinicians, nurses, and other people who are in the healthcare sector, Mr. Speaker. So I support this statement, Mr. Speaker, and I plead with my good friend, Senator Cheragei, who is a very close friend of the head of state, to also ensure that he passes a message to His Excellency the President, that he should not forget, these are the hustlers. These are now the true hustlers. Please, before you take care of the cars, kindly take care of this card of Kenyans. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement of Senator Cheralgai and to state that health is a devolved function. In Nairobi, we have over 165 hospitals that are county hospitals. Only about 4 are national. And the issues of the CHVs, the issue of the clinical officers is a very key issue in this country. And I rise to support because in this city that we represent, you find that it is a capital city where people will come from different counties seeking services from the city, from the capital city of our beautiful country. And with how the health issue has been tackled, whereby we have CHVs working and their remuneration is at actually a very lower level, saddens us as the representatives of the people. I support the statement by saying that the committee should address this issue very urgently. I suggest that they should be able to summon the CS for health to be able to quicken and urgent the questions by giving the answers on the quick way forward as far as the matters of any health sector in general is concerned. I extend the same yes to the different other counties of this country because as Senate we oversight counties. We need to enhance that devolution is still taking place by ensuring the services get to the people in at the mashinani level, which is why we are here. And so I urge that the committee looks at it very fast. At the same time, on the issue of the diploma for the clinic officers. As a student of pharmacy, when I started my tertiary level education, this is an issue that has been there for quite a long time. And I would urge, that the Ministry of Education looks into this issue on a closure matter, because this is an issue that has been very much recurring, doesn't only affect the diploma in clinical officers, but diploma also in the pharmaceutical students. So it's something that the Ministry of Education, through the Committee of Education, should address this issue long term and make a closure on the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Beth Siango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I raise also to support the statement by Senator Cheregai. Actually, it is important that the terms of engagement for clinical officers are looked critically. Actually, looking at the health sector, as my colleague has stated, it is a devolved function. And it is unfair from time to time to have our health workers in the streets demonstrating, demanding the CPA, and every time they are disrupting health services in our facilities. Mr. Speaker, at the entry point of clinical officers in their training institutions, they are required to have high qualifications. And it is unfair when they are not fairly treated in terms of their remuneration. This is discouraging even our students in schools who feel that if they take any course on health matters, they will not be treated well, they will not get a proper payment package, and that's what is leading to many of our health workers going abroad to look for greener pastures. So I would request the Health Committee, where this statement is heading, that they would treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves, because we need dignity of our health workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I think, as you're aware of this country, the health situation and conditions of the people of Kenya, it's a healthy nation, by the way. But of course, most of our health practitioners are not well taken care of. You see every day our doctors are on the streets. The RCOs, not registered clinical officers, are not even employed anywhere. They're hustling, the nurses are hustling. And the other day you are seeing in the papers that even doctors cannot go out of the country to look for a job outside the country. If we are not able to employ them, then I think they should be allowed to look for a job outside. Two, I think, as the Honorable Secretary said, the clinical officers are actually almost nowhere, because we have the doctors there, we have the nurses, and then this I know KU has started a degree on clinical surgery and clinical something on that, I don't know what it was called. So it is a high time that we can be able to come back to this country, and our health sector must be focused. If you look at all of the country, most of the rural hospitals, dispensaries, health centers don't even have enough doctors. There are even doctors, actually qualified doctors, MOs are not there. So the RCOs actually are the ones who are doing all the job. But their welfare is not well taken care of. I think generally the outlook of the health sector, since it was devolved, is actually that now they're getting some employment. But as it is, the registered clinical officers should be at least be considered and should be part of the structures. I beg to support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to also put some thoughts around this very powerful statement by my friend, Senator Cheregai. I think just as my brother, Senator Omogeni, has talked about the sense of health in this country, Mr. Speaker, if we don't get to solve the issue of healthcare, especially after devolution, it will be a very big problem. And at the heart of solving the issue of payment of these officers, Mr. Speaker, I think is an attempt to be able to try and professionalize healthcare in the counties. And I think that the one big part that sometimes is missing in this conversation, both at county government's level and at national level, is basically the operationalization of the scheme of service, Mr. Speaker. You remember that in 2015, we had one of the most elaborate and most revised scheme of service for healthcare workers in the counties. And Mr. Speaker, up to date, this scheme of service has never been implemented. We are in 2023, but this scheme of service was something that in the plan, if you read it very well, could have brought about a number of changes in 2016, 2017, 2018, all the way to 2022. And this is critical because, Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that the counties are facing is that you find excuses when it comes to paying healthcare workers because, one, there is no well-defined career structure which will attract, motivate, and sometimes also facilitate retention of these officers. To the extent that if you look at some of the recurring pending bills in counties, Mr. Speaker, the bulk of it becomes most of it these healthcare workers. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, there's actually need to provide for a clearly defined job description and specification for delineation of duties and responsibility for some of these medical officers, Mr. Speaker. Reason being, the structure of healthcare in the grassroots communities tend to vary from place to place. So if you think about a small dispensary in my village, Mr. Speaker, a healthcare worker sometimes is reduced to a simple Panadol giver because there is no equipment, there is no capacity, and the issues they are dealing with sometimes need very serious attention, such that if there is no proper scheme of service that defines their JDs, Mr. Speaker, it becomes problematic. And as we know, money sometimes is a reward of work well done. So what ends up happening is that if they don't do the job they need to do, or sometimes they're not equipped to be able to perform a duty, then there's always an excuse for mischief by the county structures not to be able to pay them. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I think that there is a very critical element around standardization of recruitment and training and advancement for some of these healthcare workers. I know my sister, Senator Tabitha, talked very passionately about community health workers, which now in our system, now they're called community health volunteers. Some of these people, Mr. Speaker, the process of recruiting them and even advancing their knowledge becomes such a problem. And again, it still goes to the idea of the scheme of service that's not implemented. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think that one of the biggest challenges in the counties is that when you look at the healthcare sector, Mr. Speaker, it is not taken as a serious career in the grassroots communities. Reason being, without pay, people give up and start volunteering even after qualifying so well, as my brother Omogeni talked about, serious nurses that come out of our universities, then they go to the grassroots to seek for a job, they can't get it, then what ends up happening is that they want to volunteer. So there is need, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that there's appropriate career planning and succession in terms of management when you think about the entire healthcare infrastructure in the counties. And I think that this statement is a very good nexus to be able to appeal to the Minister of Health if she can be able to actually help counties to operationalize the scheme of service that we have had sitting on their desks since 2015, Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you so much.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement by my learned junior, Cherargei. Mr. Speaker, in every election, every government talks about and manifests about health. And Mr. Speaker, health is a critical component of our society. Mr. Speaker, we talk about universal health care, guaranteeing every Kenyan to proper medical care. But, Mr. Speaker, the limitation we have, as said by the member who has raised a statement, is that we have the personnel. Yes, we do have. Mr. Speaker, we have in this country several medical training colleges across the country. And every year, Mr. Speaker, we graduate several nurses and the other healthcare workers. But, Mr. Speaker, the problem is not the shortage. They are available. But the pay, lack of scheme of service, Mr. Speaker. These members of the members of this House, Mr. Speaker, will always advocate for their interests. We talk about oversight fund because we want to do our work as members of this House. Teachers will talk about their salaries, Mr. Speaker, promotion, increment of salary, and so on, which is in order, Mr. Speaker. But the worst situation now today is that our health workers are not paid well. There is no proper scheme of service, and that, Mr. Speaker, explains why we have a shortage and a problem. Mr. Speaker, you are a governor for 2 terms in Kilifi. And I'm sure if you were to give you a chance, Mr. Speaker, to speak about this issue, you can tell us the very clear experience you went through, because these members of staff on the health sector are not funded well because of the lack of scheme of service. So I support, Mr. Speaker, the proposal through the statement that it is indeed important that we have a scheme of service for these members of staff, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the just concluded budget policy statement, if you recall, Mr. Speaker, because you're in the House, the national government proposes to employ, I think, about 20,000 medical staff in the recent, the just concluded budget policy statement. Mr. Speaker, I support that. But I think, Mr. Speaker, as we now continue to even employ more medical staff, we should equally also look into the welfare of the already employed members serving in the medical sector. So that, Mr. Speaker, again, we don't produce many qualified staff for medical services, nurses and clinical officers and so on. And again, we lose most of them again, Mr. Speaker, to either foreign employment, as said by Omogeni, or even, Mr. Speaker, the private sector. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are unable to pay medical bills in the private sector. We access more the public facilities. And, Mr. Speaker, if we lose the qualified medical personnel to go to either private or out of the country, we are back to square one, Mr. Speaker. So as much as we want to employ more, I think focus should also be given to those who are already employed, Mr. Speaker. Then the scheme of service is important. Mr. Speaker, and I think the critical institution here, which this committee should address, is the SRC, Mr. Speaker, because that is the institution that is constitutionally mandated to look at all these issues. I have heard them talk about the teachers, about members of this House, about the public and the civil servants, but I think less is given to the medical staff. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in supporting this statement and call upon the government, the national government. And Mr. Speaker, this is 100% devolved to our counties. It is our business that we ensure that we pursue this route until we have our medical staff go under the scheme of service so that we have devolution, health achieved for the betterment of our people. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter affects all counties, and I raised to support Senator Cherigai. I want to take a different dimension on it. Mr. Speaker, when COVID came, the persons who suffered most, the medical personnel who suffered most, were the clinical officers. The disease was new. There were no equipment to protect, and many people did not even know what was happening. In Makueni constituency then, I assisted in burying quite a number of these officers who died when COVID arrived here, and because they had the first contacts, even the remunerations after death were not defined. Mr. Speaker, this be a devolved function, and I'm sure you are very experienced on this, must really be fully devolved. The national government has refused to devolve this function fully, the Ministry of Health. They have devolved a few functions, but not devolved the money. The money has to get to the counties, Mr. Speaker. The scheme of service is not clearly defined. Some counties are employing, a national government is employing, and it has not been synchronized since the 2010 Constitution came into being. And I think while you deal with different sections like SRC, you different with the Ministry of Health itself, some of the functions, some of the activities which have remained in the national level, especially the insurance, and then there's no proper way of synchronizing it with the counties. I remember the experience of Makueni. Although my professor, Kevuza Kibwana, was then the governor and was trying to come up with insurance, it took quite a while, even for the locals to understand what it was about, or even to believe in it, or even to execute it, or even to buy into it. And therefore, the health sector continues to suffer while we have a policy and the Constitution, and it is devolved that, Mr. Speaker, it should be fully devolved, and this matter addressed quickly so that they could be properly remunerated. Now that they work for long hours, they sacrifice their life, and the profession has become also very dangerous in terms of new diseases or even existing diseases which attack these officers while on line of duty. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Next statement is by Johannes Mwaruma. The statement is deferred. The next is by Senator Hamida Kibwana. That is deferred. The next is by A.D. Okech, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again. My statement today is a request statement on allegations of unsettled and unremitted statutory payee deductions for the staff in county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on allegations of non-remittance of statutory payee, or rather pay as you earn, deductions for staff in county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should give a report on state of remittance of statutory payee deductions for staff in county assemblies for the year 2022 to date, disclosing counties which have been flagged out by the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, for payee arrears. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should also explain why KRA has opted to appoint Central Bank of Kenya as an agent for collection of unremitted payee arrears. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should also establish whether remittances to the counties are being disbursed in a timely manner, providing a schedule of the timelines within which remittances were disbursed to the counties in the last 12 months. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should also investigate allegations of unauthorized expenditures of funds which had been earmarked for staff statutory payee deductions, informing the Senate where such funds were diverted to. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should also cause an audit on the cycle from when disbursements are made to counties to when statutory deductions are remitted to the relevant statutory agencies for the last 12 months, outlining very clearly challenges encountered by the counties, proposing possible interventions. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should also spell out measures that have been put in place to ensure that the responsible officers within the county assembly service boards are held accountable. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should outline measures, if any, to regularize the illegal diversion of funds meant for staff statutory deductions, tabling evidence of the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this statement by Senator Eddie Okech. Mr. Speaker, you know, when I read the Constitution, Article 6, we have two governments that are interdependent. That's the national government and 47 county governments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, where me and you went to law school, University of Nairobi, there used to be Government Proceedings Act, Mr. Speaker, that prohibited attachment of government property, Mr. Speaker. So I can't understand, Mr. Speaker, how Kenya Revenue Authority can attach monies for counties at the central bank. I can't understand, Mr. Speaker, because these are two governments. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that in the House we have two former governors, and one of them is here, my chair of the Health Committee, Mr. Speaker. This should not happen, Mr. Speaker. A government cannot attach another government, Mr. Speaker, unless we want to create anarchy and dysfunction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out the case of even my own county of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. As we are speaking here today, Mr. Speaker, KRA has attached their accounts of the County Assembly of Nyamira. And we are not able to access that account, Mr. Speaker. And the allegations are that the county government has not remitted payee. Yet, Mr. Speaker, I can speak authoritatively that remittances for the month of December and January have not been remitted to Nyamira. Now I'm posing the question. Pay means you deduct at source, Mr. Speaker. You pay and then you deduct. How can KRA purport, Mr. Speaker, to demand to be given pay for money that has not been disbursed? And we have one government, Mr. Speaker. I remember in the Mwongoza Charter, Mr. Speaker, there is that policy of one government, one service, one nation. So does KRA live in Kenya or they live elsewhere, Mr. Speaker? And I want, Mr. Speaker, to request the committee that is going to look into these allegations, Mr. Speaker, to summon KRA. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was in Treasury. Mr. Speaker, you should sympathize with me. I work with this letter from KRA wherever I go because I want my county of Nyamira to have its accounts opened. And Mr. Speaker, I want to seek permission to table this letter here so that the committee that will look into this matter can summon Kenya Revenue Authority, Mr. Speaker. You can attach accounts of private entities, but you cannot attach, Mr. Speaker, accounts of another government body by the same government agency. This is not right, Mr. Speaker. And this has caused havoc, Mr. Speaker. We are celebrating the International Week for Women. But members of the County Assembly of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, have impeached the CEC Finance, Emily Ongaga, because of this action of KRA attaching their accounts. Mr. Speaker, we need to restore order on the functions of government, Mr. Speaker. We cannot have this kind of situation, Mr. Speaker. Maybe my county of Nyamira has been isolated.
What is your point of order, Senator Kinyua?
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the senior counsel conversing on this serious matter, which I agree with him. The only part I would want to, maybe it's inform him, how then would the MCA of Nyamira impeach the CEC for the mistake that she has not committed? Because it's the KRA which has committed this mistake. So what I'm begging is my senior counsel to advise the MCAs to follow the law, or not rather to follow the law because they're doing what they're supposed to do, to advise them so that at least they can feel for the CEC because she's being exposed to something that she has not committed, or she's suffering an injustice, and this being a Women's Day, Senior Counsel, maybe you can defend her in a court of law, maybe. Thank you.
Senator Mogeni, kindly proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the chair of Finance, Parliamentary Service Commission, was going to be a bearer of good news. I thought he was going to say that tonight he will have a word with His Excellency the President, and by tomorrow, Nyamira will have its money. But I'll take the advice, Mr. Speaker. I speak to my MCS so that they don't impeach this poor lady who is CC Finance, because it's not a mistake that monies have not been disbursed to the county governments of Nyamira. But Mr. Speaker, the point really that I want the committee that will look into this matter to address is the relationship that KRA has with the county governments. And Mr. Speaker, I miss the days of governors, the first chair of county governors, the council, how do we call it? Council. Yeah, COG. I miss the former chairman. Mr. Speaker, this would not have happened during the tenure of Isaac Ruto. It would never have happened. Even during the tenure of Oparanya, this would not have happened. But I'm asking, now we are celebrating women. Where is Waiguru? Where is the voice of Waiguru? The governor of Kirinyaga, where is her voice? She should be speaking on this matter, Mr. Speaker. I have not heard any statement, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking Mr. Speaker, Commissioner Joyce, to reach out to Waiguru and tell her to talk about these issues. We don't want county governments to be harassed by KRA, Mr. Speaker. We love our women. This is the week of International Week of Women, so we need to hear our voice, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that the COG will also take up this matter so that they engage KRA and advise KRA not to attach accounts of county governments before they receive their disbursement from the national government, because that's how devolution works. This money does not come from source. Yeah. Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Joyce?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Is it in order for the Senior Counsel to put a blame on Chair of Council of Governors? Yet he knows that the same problem that is removing from the CC in charge of finance within the particular county is also the blame that the Chair Council of Governors is putting to the Treasury. Is he in order?
Mr. Speaker, I've not laid, how can I lay blame on the gracious lady Waiguru? All I'm urging is we want to hear a voice. We want to hear the voice of the chair of COG to come and address these issues that are facing our counties. And in fact, I want to also take a personal effort, the way I've been advised by Senator Kinyua, to speak to my MCAs in Nyamira, to spare this poor lady, the CC Finance, who is being impeached for lack of funds in the county government of Nyamira, yet the mistake is not of our own making. And Mr. Speaker, advise Senator Kinyua that he cannot speak twice on the same issue. He's out of order. He's out of order, Mr. Speaker. And he's totally out of order.
Senator Mogeni, that's my work, really. Proceed, you're out of order, Senator Kinyua.
Mr. Speaker, this...
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, really assist us, Mr. Speaker. We are proud to have you as our Speaker, because you have been a governor and you know the problems, the financial problems that county governments go through, Mr. Speaker. So assist us, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we strengthen devolution. I listened to the speech of His Excellency the President this afternoon. I had money being given to our gracious ladies who are the our representatives from counties. They are getting an additional 1 billion to the affirmative fund. Mr. Speaker, I did not hear anything about Senate Oversight Fund. Mr. Speaker, we need to also have our leadership engage with the president. I don't know where was our leadership when the gracious ladies were engaging His Excellency the President. Today they got 1B towards the Affirmative Action Fund. But Mr. Speaker, senators to date have no money for oversight, Mr. Speaker. And I guess maybe if we had money for oversight, we'll be able to do capacity building for our MCAs so that they don't harass our CECs for mistakes that are not of their own. So I support Mr. Speaker and thank the Senator for Migori for bringing this statement to the House, and I hope that we'll get some solutions to these problems that are facing our county governments. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogene, I heard you saying you would wish to table.
Yes.
That kindly proceed.
And Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the letter dated 15th February 2023 from the Kenya Revenue Authority closing the accounts of the county government of the Nyamira County Assembly, account number 1000009,877 on allegation of non-remittance of pay for the month of January, totaling to Kenya shillings 2,899,433. I table, Mr. Speaker.
Next, Senator Asige Crystal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to stand and support the statement brought by Senator Eddie Okech of Migori County. Mr. Speaker, without repeating what any of the other senators have contributed, just wanted to as well tag on to something quickly that Senator Omogeni has mentioned about KRA, suggesting that we summon KRA to the Senate to answer some of these questions that are being discussed here today. Mr. Speaker, I do agree that recently we've been hearing of KRA in the news on different issues, and some of those issues are not being taken too well by Kenyans in general, not just to do with county government accounts, Mr. Speaker, but also very recently, as you know, this week, on the 28th of February, the KRA chairperson ordered a directive to suspend all tax exemptions, waivers, abandonments, and reliefs across the country, citing issues of leakages in revenue, citing trying to streamline the process of KRA. Mr. Speaker, these kinds of issues, as well as what has been tabled here today by the Senator of Migori, are very critical to Kenyans, of national importance and concern. Mr. Speaker, as you know, persons with disabilities are amongst one of the most vulnerable members of our population today, battling historical exclusions and deeply rooted inequalities across all areas of life, including health, this well-being, education, social, economic, cultural, and political spheres. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the systemic oppression and discrimination every last one of us has experienced because of our disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we also know that persons with disabilities are forced to struggle daily through the reality of Kenya's current high cost of living. That includes food prices that have increased, fuel prices, electricity prices, public transport prices, home rental prices, Mr. Speaker, inflation as well, amongst a myriad of other hiked up costs being experienced by the entire country. This special interest group, Mr. Speaker, must in addition simultaneously bear the burden of independently financing In the best case scenario, Mr. Speaker, frequently, and in the worst case scenario, Mr. Speaker, lifelong medical costs, specialized treatment costs, therapy costs, rehabilitation costs, physiotherapy costs, mobility aid costs, digital equipment and technology costs, Mr. Speaker, as well as the extra costs of hiring a full-time caregiver at times, a sighted guide like I do, a sign language interpreter, a special needs educator, and in severe cases, Mr. Speaker, the hiring of a round-the-clock trained medical nurse to give specialized care to some of these severe and profound cases of disability. Mr. Speaker, this directive by the KRA has deeply concerned me because these people with disabilities are amongst those who are given some of these tax exemptions, Mr. Speaker, and because this directive is very ambiguous in nature and with immediate effect, it was said, but unfortunately it has no immediate remedies or clarifications as to the scope of the directive, Mr. Speaker, and how much it'll affect the persons who it falls under. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to allow KRA to go unanswering these questions that we have, Mr. Speaker. Apart from what has been tabled here today, we also should, I agree with Omogeni, Senator Omogeni, that we should summon KRA because there are several questions that we need them to answer regarding counties, regarding these special interest groups, and this matter that has been canvassing the media this week, Mr. Speaker. Persons with disabilities across the country, the entire fraternity, are asking questions. Are we affected by this? How much are we going to be affected by this? What are we supposed to do in the meantime? Well, we have all of these costs that are going to be affecting us, and we have to bear the burden of, in the meantime, whilst these processes, which we don't know what they are being streamlined, whilst these loopholes, Mr. Speaker, are being sealed. This is extremely urgent, and I wish that the chairperson and the team at KRA who put together this directive would be able to come and answer these questions as well. Because, Mr. Speaker, this government, this country is supposed to offer social protection, Mr. Speaker, social protection to persons with disabilities, and not actually allow these kinds of directives to go across the country and be announced, because they actually end up disabling us even further than we already are. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely important, not just to me, not just to the people that have been calling my phone the entire week, asking questions, what does this mean for us? But Mr. Speaker, because of the dignity of people who are living in this country. As we all know, any one of us, any one of you, shall I say, because I'm already in this fraternity, can join the PWD fraternity any day. And if by some bad luck that happens, I am absolutely certain that this will be of a priority, Mr. Speaker. So KRA should indeed come and answer all of our questions. I thank you.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this statement by Senator Eddy of Migori, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, counties have continued to bear the brunt of failure to release its equitable share of resources timely, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, for Kenya Revenue Authority to actually close the accounts of Nyamira County Assembly is not only unfair, but I would say it's not rational, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say that because Kenya Revenue Authority is the authority tasked with the responsibility of collecting taxes, revenue, and submitting to Treasury for onward submission to counties and national government. Mr. Speaker, not only have KRA closed the accounts of Nyamira County, but they have also had another practice, Mr. Speaker, where when there is delay in release of salaries, and staff of county governments have gone without salaries for 3 months, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Revenue Authority levies a penalty on accrued payee for mistakes that were committed by National Treasury, KRA being an agency of National Treasury, would therefore not blame county governments. Mr. Speaker, I think as a Senate, we must think of amending the PFM Act and the Finance Act so that funds meant for counties before any other funds is sent to any other government, national government entity, Mr. Speaker, the funds are sent to counties. It is really unfortunate that the county can pay a levy of almost 100, 200 million on account of delayed remittances of payee when there has been serious delays in disbursement to counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we as a Senate will have to revisit this, and I want to agree with Senator Omogeni that KRA should actually appear before this House. And I think, Mr. Speaker, when KRA appears, it should be the committee of the whole, because there are a myriad of issues that we need to discuss with KRA that touches on counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Central Bank of Kenya, Kenya Revenue Authority are all agencies of national government. It is not lost on KRA, which has appointed Central Bank of Kenya, their agent of collection of taxes, and Central Bank of Kenya is the holder of the accounts of county government, Mr. Speaker. There is no way KRA will persuade us, Mr. Speaker, that they don't know whether they have received the money for Nyamira County, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that they are acting on behalf of KRA to close their accounts and freeze all the funds that are coming that should have gone to the County Assembly of Nyamira. So, Mr. Speaker, we urge the committee that will handle this matter, Mr. Speaker, to take this matter seriously, and as a House, we would like to have a session with KRA, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matters that have been raised by Senator Asike on persons living with disability and the exemptions they have been having, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Revenue Authority must come out clearly on what is the fate of the PWDs of this country on matters exemption. Mr. Speaker, this country, if KRA is not aware, PWDs are already disadvantaged, even when it comes to treatment or getting assistive devices. Mr. Speaker, the only assessment center that is used to determine the kind of support PWDs need is only one, and it is not sufficient at Kise, Mr. Speaker, which is also simultaneously used for training. Therefore, even the capacity for it to do the assessment is not there, because at the same time, they must use the facility for training. PWDs are already disadvantaged. As a nation, we cannot afford to disadvantage them further. No matter the tough economic times we are in, we cannot go to that level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, KRA can think of other better measures, including taxing. Mr. Speaker, there was a ruling from Supreme Court that there are some associations that can be allowed in this country. Probably KRA can think of how they can raise revenue from those kind of associations instead of going for WDs. Mr. Speaker, support the statement by Senator Eddy. On these matters of counties, because it is very detrimental to close accounts of a county assembly, Mr. Speaker, which has resulted in an impeachment of an innocent CEC who cannot take a salary or a proceeds from the farm to finance the county assembly of Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Senator Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to really congratulate and thank Senator Eddy for bringing up this matter to the floor of the House through a statement. Mr. Speaker, the situation in KRA and the old regime of remittance of revenues to counties is a matter that actually we need a substantive motion to deal with. Mr. Speaker, you know, you allowed me yesterday, alongside 6 other colleagues, to go to Kitui County Assembly for my annual address of the Assembly. One of the things that the County Assembly of Kitui bitterly complained about is the matter of KRA and the many instances that they have had to really be pushed against a wall by KRA on matters revenue. Mr. Speaker, it is basic knowledge. You can only pay or deduct from an employee's salary, pay as you earn, if the salary is available in the first place. If there is no salary from where to deduct pay as you earn, then you cannot deduct pay as you earn. It is not the responsibility of county governments to provide to themselves monies to pay their employees. County governments, Mr. Speaker, receive their share of revenue through this Senate, through the annual county allocation of revenue bill. We horizontally share money among counties. The PFM Act is very clear that once this decision is made and the disbursement schedules are passed, then there are timelines given for remittance of monies to counties to ensure that they run their budgets as they should. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked because yesterday when I visited the governor of Kitui County, I also learned that the last time that the counties received their batch of remittance was in November last year. And counties are supposed to be rolling out programs, they are supposed to be paying salaries, and when they don't pay salaries, when they don't remit pay as you earn, when they don't remit NSSF, when they don't remit NHIF, they are penalized. Mr. Speaker, the responsibility of this Senate, the core responsibility, is to protect counties and their governments. And if there is one area, Mr. Speaker, that this House needs to cross ranks, and as I said, bring a substantive motion beyond summoning KRA to appear before a committee of the whole. Bring a substantive motion. Eddie, I challenge Eddie to bring a substantive motion so that we discuss this matter of remitting revenues to counties. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing, and this is we are doing inadvertently, is actually, without knowing, we are presiding over the death of devolution. Because if monies are not available to run programs in counties, then what will happen is that we'll have a reversal of the gains that we have made in devolution. The Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this very important cause. Mr. Speaker, the plight of counties is now worse than it has ever been. Monies have not been remitted to counties, yet statutory deductions ensue. And the people, seems that there's no communication from these different institutions as to what is happening to the counties. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to pay as you earn, it means first you have to be paid the salary, so that then the pay as you earn can be deducted. And the pay as you earn is such an automatic deduction, Mr. Speaker. You cannot close the accounts of a county assembly simply because pay as you earn has not been remitted while several months have taken place. I have had an opportunity to follow this in the case of Makueni, and realized that, and also in all counties, realized that the CS of Treasury has communicated that he's in short of funds to governors. And at the same time, he's able to remit as he pleases to one county or another discriminatively. I believe whatever monies have been found for the counties, they should be released at the same time so that all governors are treated equitably, such that you don't punish Nyamira County or punish Makueni, delay their payments to the hard-working governor of Makueni, and then end up, asking for pay as you earn, which he has not even paid salaries, Mr. Speaker. It really puts the whole situation in a very difficult situation. And this affects not only the county government, but also the county assemblies, the executive as well. And therefore, it affects even our MCAs and goes on to affect every other, system in the counties. And I believe, as the Honorable Senator Wambua said, we have to be careful not to preside over the death of devolution. We have a role and we have a duty. And I believe when this matter comes up to the committee, we would like to attend as many as possible. And I agree with the suggestion that it comes to the floor of the House so that we can be able to deal with this matter and be able to do our role of oversight on some of the activities KRA is doing over the counties and making an effort to crush the counties. Mr. Speaker, devolution is so important, and you know it, that some of the roads which have never been done, or some of the activities in dispensaries and health were done when first governors and second governors and now the current governors came into place. And this would never have been happened if it remained in the old system. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Next order. That statement is committed to the relevant committee.
Order number 8, the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the production, processing, marketing, and distribution of cotton in Kenya and its products, establish the Cotton Industry Development Board, provide a framework for cotton farming, ensure value addition to cotton and its related products, and for connected purposes.
Honorable Senators, we will defer item number 9, number 10, and number 11 to Tuesday, when we shall proceed to take a vote on those 3 items. We shall proceed with item number 12, which is resumption of the debate that was interrupted on Wednesday, 1st March 2023. Senator Cheptumo, are you the one to second this motion? Proceed, please. Just call the order first, clerk.
Order number 12, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2022, second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank first and foremost my colleague, Senator Mungatana for this very important bill because, Mr. Speaker, since independence, there has been no framework for sharing of benefits for natural resources. Mr. Speaker, every community in Kenya is blessed with natural resources, Mr. Speaker. Others are blessed with minerals, others with even water, even sunshine, Mr. Speaker. Areas like Northeastern and part of where I come from, that is Baringo and Elgeyo Marakwet, we have a blessing of the sun, Mr. Speaker. Some areas they have geothermal and various other natural resources, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the lack of framework for the sharing of the benefits arising from these natural resources, Mr. Speaker, has in a very big way disadvantaged the locals in those areas, Mr. Speaker. So this bill is coming at the right time, and I want to thank my colleague for this step. Mr. Speaker, when we went devolution way, it was one of the ways of also ensuring that we get the benefits of our governments so that resources are, Mr. Speaker, then taken closer to the population. Those counties again and county governments, Mr. Speaker, then again will have a chance now of even looking into their resources that they have. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is intended, as moved by my colleague here, to benefit the locals. Mr. Speaker, when you served as the governor of Kilifi, I am sure you took time to identify the various resources in your county. And I'm sure you took steps perhaps to see how best your people would really benefit. And especially, Mr. Speaker, now that we don't have enough resources. This year, the Council of Governors were fighting for more than 400 billion. The government is only able to provide 385 billion or so. We don't have resources, Mr. Speaker, to develop our counties. Yet if we maximize, if we invest and extract the benefits of our natural resources, Mr. Speaker, our counties can be better. So, Mr. Speaker, both extractive resources are not benefit the locals. The bill, Mr. Speaker, is also happily moved by the Honorable Mungatana, is proposing a formula on the sharing of the benefits of the natural resources. Mr. Speaker, the national government has been benefiting from those resources, and the locals have not been able to access even a portion, and if indeed they do, very minimal. This bill, Mr. Speaker, proposes that government, national government, takes 60% of the benefits of the natural resources. And the county governments and the locals takes 40%. Mr. Speaker, I submit that this ratio, in my view, is justifiable because the resources belongs to the people, but because the government of today also, Mr. Speaker, is entitled to part of it, I think slightly over 50%, and that is 60%, is justifiable for the national government. 40%, Mr. Speaker, will be available for the county government and local government. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, to be able to actualize that sharing formula, the bill also proposes the establishment of benefit sharing committee through the benefit sharing agreements. So that, Mr. Speaker, the person exploiting the resources, let us call them private investors, for example, Mr. Speaker, are able to sit down with the local population, with the county governments, and be able then to have a mode of sharing. So that, Mr. Speaker, we have that fairness. I will give you, Mr. Speaker, a very unique case in Baringo. Lake Baringo is a freshwater lake, and we have exploitation of geothermal in Silale, which is several kilometers away from Lake Baringo. That one is in TRT, the geothermal investment, and the Lake Baringo is in Baringo North and Baringo South. We share the lake. And Mr. Speaker, the water from the lake is taken all the way to Silale where the geothermal is done. And the local people along the route of the pipeline is not benefiting at all. Mr. Speaker, when we developed the geothermal business, or rather the investment, Baringo as a county, and the local people which are hosting the resource should be able to benefit with that 40%. And so that example alone is a situation where we need to deal with. Mr. Speaker, in a place like northern Kenya, or even part of Baringo and other areas, even Garissa and, even where Mungatana comes from, we have the blessings of the sun, Mr. Speaker. And when you talk now of the tapping of so that we have the solar energy, Mr. Speaker, the private investors, Mr. Speaker, they invest in that, and the entire benefits go to either government or that particular investor, especially when it is taken to the national grid. Mr. Speaker, we now want to propose in this law that if an investor goes to Northeastern, goes to Lamu, goes to Garissa, to Baringo, to Turkana, and do a solar investment and put that power to the grid, a portion of that benefit, Mr. Speaker, should be available to the local people and the county government. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill. I want to shorten so that members can have time to also contribute. And I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, those of us from areas which are endowed with natural resources, and I think, Mr. Speaker, every part of Kenya is blessed. And I think God is really fair. Because even in areas where there is a lot of plenty of rain, they have the forest cover. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the sharing of the benefits arising from the forest resource, it's so minimal to the locals and the governments of those areas. So there will be no part of the country, Mr. Speaker, which will not benefit from this law. It is a law that I think, Mr. Speaker, we should all support, and I'm very proud that this House, through my colleague Mungatana, has been able to bring out this law in a very, very clear way. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with members that we pass this law so that then we have a framework in our country so that we share the benefits arising from our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I do now propose the question that the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2022, be now read a second time. Senator Enoch.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice on this all-important bill, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill 2022 by our friend, our colleague, the Senator of Tana River, Senator Danson Mugatana. The Speaker, this is a bill that perhaps should have come to this Senate the day before yesterday. It's a very, very important bill for counties, and especially on the matter of sharing benefits for resources found within counties. Mr. Speaker, I'll go straight to the bill, and in the bill, part 1 of the bill, Senator Mugatana is proposing the natural resources for which this act will apply. And the bill lists those resources as sunlight, water resources, forest biodiversity and genetic resources, wildlife resources, industrial fishing, and wind. The Speaker, I will urge the promoter of the bill, and if he can get, his attention, because this is very important, that naturally when you name one, then you exclude the others. On this matter of the natural resources, I'll want to ask Senator Mugatana to consider including sand as a natural resource that should be covered in this act. The Speaker, I come from a county or a region that perhaps supplies arguably more than 50% of the sand that is used for construction in this city. But the benefits that go to the people of our region arising from the sand cannot even be computed. The benefits are insignificant. In this bill, Mr. Speaker, I see an opportunity where then sand becomes a resource for which there are benefits that would go to the communities. So I'll ask the promoter of the bill to consider including sand in the natural resources. So, Speaker, as we debate this bill, let us all be guided by the need to come up with win-win arrangements so that everybody involved in the extraction of the resources goes on with something that is significant enough to be happy about. Mr. Speaker, I say this because I have seen situations in the exploitation of resources, especially from my county, where government institutions and private entities are just interested in the share of their benefits with very, very little consideration to the people who live in the areas where these resources are exploited from. Mr. Speaker, the percentages proposed by our senator are fair. This is a fair arrangement. And let's pursue it to conclusion. Mr. Speaker, I also want to go to part 2 of the bill on the functions of the Commission on Revenue Allocation. I will invite Senator Mugatana to kindly look at the functions assigned to CRA and ensure that they don't conflict with the roles that you have assigned to the benefit sharing committees in the counties. So the CRA should not come to Kitui County and begin to dictate. If Senator Mugatana will agree to include sand in this, come and dictate what it is that the people of Kitui should get from their sand resource. Let the role of CRA be facilitative, as opposed to helping in making decisions as to what the benefits will be. When I look at this bill, the roles, the functions of the CRA would emasculate the functions of the county benefit sharing committees. Let's be very clear about that. Lastly, so that we also give other senators a chance to weigh into this, part 4 of the bill on benefit sharing agreement. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my brother, our colleague, Senator Mugatana, that the Senate exists to defend and protect counties and county governments. Now, when you talk about counties, it's not just the boundaries. It is also the resources found in the counties. In the list that this bill proposes for the County Benefit Sharing Committee, I see Senator Mugatana has included the County Executive Committee member responsible for finance, the chairperson of the committee of the respective county assembly responsible for matters relating to natural resources, then technical people, and 5 persons elected by the local community. The Speaker, it is my submission that the office of the county senator should be represented in the list of the members of the County Benefit Sharing Committee. You cannot leave the office of the senator from such an important committee, because it is our duty and responsibility, constitutional duty, to defend counties and county governments. The Speaker, I would have wanted to say a lot more, but I want to be also considerate to other members who would want to weigh in on this bill. But just to tell the promoter of the bill that this really is a very, very important bill. I would actually ask the promoter of the bill, through you, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps even in the course of the debate of this bill, he could organize a caucus, a meeting the senators, to just understand this bill even better and enrich it. So by the time we are getting to division, then we have a very good and nice bill that we can take to our counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. From the onset, I want to commend and congratulate Senator Danson Mugatana, the famous Mula Mamba, I think Mr. Speaker is doing extremely very well, considering he's a seasoned parliamentarian. I want to pick it up from where my brother Bishop, Senator Enokio Wambua, has just left by saying resource is one of the very crucial and important elements. Mr. Speaker, the reason there is always conflict, there is always difference, is because of fight over resource. Anywhere in the world, when you look about Ukraine versus Russia or Russia versus Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, the underlying or the bottom line is because of resource. When in the last session we fought by the winning and losing counties because of resource. We fight daily because of resources, because everybody needs that resource to survive. Mr. Speaker, this bill is so much important, very critical, and therefore I find it honored and privileged to be part of the people who will leave the mark in terms of what essentially we have done. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill. When you talk, because, and I agree with Senator Wambua that he has indicated that we should increase the scope, because this bill wants to cover by saying natural resources like sunlight, water resources, forests, biodiversity and genetic resources, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is wildlife resources, industrial fishing, and wind. Because sunlight, Mr. Speaker, you know, especially Northern Frontier. Why don't we have the president and the world is talking about climate change? Why don't we use clean, green energy, Mr. Speaker? I remember, and maybe you can confirm this, in the year around 2020, and the former Senator Alake Abushiro brought a statement why the government was putting now taxes on solar panels. If we want to get rid use of electricity, which is using water, or use diesel and generators, Mr. Speaker, we need to zero rate panels so that every Kenyan can buy solar panels. And I wish we have even solar panels factories. You have seen one where they are selling even that power to Kenya Power, like geothermal. Like we have solar panel farm in Nyeri. We have another one in Wazingishu where they are selling that megawatts to the Kenya Power. The only unfortunate and the underlying red herring on that agreement is on the PPs, Mr. Speaker, independent private power producers, and they have been selling in terms of dollars. And that is where we are losing it as a country. Let this solar energy they are selling to Kenya Power, do it in local currency, so that you can see the shilling is around the dollar is 127 as against 1 shilling. $1 is against 127 Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. So we need to zero rate so that we promote also clean energy, green energy, and climate change. On water resources, Mr. Speaker, you come from that region of coast and also Lake Victoria. We are talking about blue economy. Let us exploit and ensure that we do that. On forest, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier in the day, Nandi is a very unique county. We have 3 forests. Nandi North, Nandi South, and Tindred Forest, which pros. By the way, many people, Mr. Speaker, don't know Mau is not only Narok. There is a lot of misnomer, and I wish my brother from Narok was here. Mau complex stretches all the way to Tindred, all the way from Momba, all the way to Nakuru, to Bomet, to Kericho, to Nandi, up to Narok. That is what we call Mau complex. And therefore, for example, in Nandi, which is within our borders, are 3 forests, which is unique because, Mr. Speaker, there is no any other county that has more than 3 forests. And it is important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to have a conversation. I remember our current, the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, had even proposed to ensure families own this forest and protect. We allow Shamba system. And I think that is even the late Nobel laureate, Wangari Maathai, was saying, if Shamba system is allowed and people are disciplined, we protect those trees, Mr. Speaker, because we don't want to create enmity between the forests and also the communities that are next to those, of course, protecting from land grabbing and other issues, Mr. Speaker. So we need to look at if we can do Shamba system and protect our forests at the same time. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about biodiversity and genetic resources, Mr. Speaker, and I'll bring a bill on this, can you believe that there are organizations in this country, Mr. Speaker, that collect our samples, especially when they are doing research on many diseases, malaria, tuberculosis, HIV and AIDS, and any other, this one, there are many diseases, tuberculosis among others. Can you believe there are people from outside the country who pick Kenyan samples and go and do research in Harvard or in other universities in the world, but they don't pay us anything. They don't pay anything. They take blood sample, they go and do research, then they don't even the least they can do, they don't even accredit, or even when they are publishing those research, they don't even acknowledge the Kenyan doctors that ensure they took those samples, Mr. Speaker. So I really welcome this. This is a unique area, and I will be bringing a comprehensive bill where when you get a Kenyan sample, when you are talking to South Africa, to UK, to America, you must pay the revenue, Mr. Speaker, sir. And therefore, it is a conversation that we must have. This AMPAT that you see here, either in referral, Moi teaching a referral, they are picking our samples and go and do research abroad and publish and get money for it, but they don't recognize the role that our doctors and people who do research locally, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this issue of genetic resources, I'm very particular with it, and biodiversity. On the issue of wildlife resources, Mr. Speaker, I think today, Mr. Speaker, I had Senator Manzo, I think there was Senator Kinyua, was discussing about human-wildlife conflict. I know the compensation because of injury is 3 million, because of 5 million when there is death under the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act of 2013, number 47 of 2013. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I know the change. Section 25, we need to enhance. Why is it when a Kenyan is found killing a wildlife, the penalty is so harsh? But when somebody loses lives, we just do compensation, which is very minimal, Madam Speaker. And therefore, on the issue of wildlife, it cannot be underscored. It is the pride of Kenya. Kenya is known because of unique wildlife that we are having. Madam Speaker, the famous wild beast that cross River Mara all the way to Serengeti. And you remember when the current Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, Madam Speaker, addressed the joint sitting in the last session, he said that the Kenyan wild beast cross over to Tanzania to get pregnant. So, Madam Speaker, and that is the unique nature of the wildlife, and it is on record. And I remember Senator Wambua was in that sitting, Senator Manzo was that sitting. I think Senator Eddie Okej was still looking for votes. So, Madam Speaker, what we are saying in an upshot at this point is that this wildlife and human conflict, we must address it. But we are not saying the only problem we have is that we need proper fencing and those sanctuaries to be protected, but also to teach the communities around those national parks to own, to be part, even give them businesses. Give them to run hotels in those parks. Give them opportunity to do roads in those parks, Madam Speaker, and will be able. On the issue of industrial fishing, of course, I can't say much more with that. Of course, there is issue of where other, I think some countries, I don't want to name names, have been accused of using trawlers, where they sweep everything. They sweep fish, crabs, any living creature in water, and therefore undermining that, the ecology of our ocean and sea system within, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the President has said, and we need to do that, the President has said 10 billion trees in 10 years. I want to ask each and every senator, the way Senator Wambua said, that the senator should be part of the committee. I want to call every senator, at least as the rain, by the way, Madam Speaker, I don't want Kenyans to worry about the rain. It begins in 15 March. So we need to agree every senator should plant at least trees in every.
Would you like to be informed, Senator?
Of course, if it is Bishop Senator Wambua, why refuse?
Senator Wambua would like to inform you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Definitely, Senator Chelegai will get some wisdom from us. Madam Speaker, because I actually mentioned that point on the senators being part of the county benefit sharing committees. In fact, I would want to inform Senator Chelegai that maybe in his moving notes, he may actually insist that the senators be the chairs of the county benefit sharing committees. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Chiradige, you are hereby informed.
Yeah, I mean, properly informed by Senator Bishop Wambua. Madam Speaker, and I agree, even if it is not the senator himself, the representative of the senator can chair. Madam Speaker, you know that we need to be careful. We are aging ourselves from the real issues of Wananchi. And I think as we even draft the law, we must look at our position. Why do we age ourselves, yet we are the people who draft these laws? You are a lawmaker, so we must use this weapon properly. Madam Speaker, the issue of water resources is a challenge. I know the government has said 100 dams will be built in the next five years. There is Tuake Dam, there is Carmenu Dam, there is Posta Dam in Bomet, there is here in Chemosusu Dam, they are finishing the second part. Madam Speaker, we have Sondu Miriu Dam that is built along border of Kericho and Nandi, and also, of course, Nandi would want also water. There is also Keben Dam in Nandi sub-county, where we are also, the president has assured us it will complete. We have the Kipkaren Dam, we have Keses Dam, Two Rivers Dam, both in Wazingishu, and also we have the famous Chebara Dam in Elgeyo Marakwet County, Madam Speaker. And therefore, even we have the one in Nakuru, the name is Itare Dam. In Nakuru, it will be very beneficial. So the government is committed to ensure 100 dams. And I know the larger Kitui and Makueni and Machakos, of course, they will get their dams. And I know, Madam Speaker, the substantive speaker also, there is still a lot of challenge of water in coast region, where despite there is a lot of water in Mombasa, many people believe that auction is near, they have water. They are also really challenging because they need to do desalination. I don't know whether that English is correct. It came with desalination. Okay, you know, those English did not come with the melee. Now, Mr. Speaker, finally on the issue of course, these are some of the, when you talk about water resources, there is the famous issue of Muranga, where you come from, Madam Speaker. We need also to agree on charging, but we don't need to charge too much. Let us charge 1 shilling, 5 shilling. Charging a little too much for the water users. And Madam Speaker, we need to collapse these authorities. You hear Water Resource Authority, Water Users Authority, National Irrigation Authority, National Board Authority. Madam Speaker, we need to be fair. Let us collapse these bodies and come up with this one so that it's easy for 190. Even the rural, in fact, proposing that we form rural water circles where 190 in Makueni, in a place called Wote, can be able to access the water easier, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree that on the third point I wanted to make is that CRA, I am conflicted about the role of CRA, but maybe we'll need to relook, Madam Speaker, because the role they are trying to play is very important, at least parting of the benefit sharing agreements. But what is important, and I agree, is that any county benefit sharing agreement, Madam Speaker, the county assembly should pass. Now, senators, if we are giving MCAs powers and we are not giving ourselves, where are we placing ourselves? Can you believe if there will be a commercial exploitation of this natural resource to billions and trillions of shillings? The people will decide that agreement are the MCAs. Yet as a Senate, who are the owners and drafters of this bill, Senator Danson Munkatana, we don't have a role. And that is why we have a problem with Tulo Oil in Turkana, where Senator Lomenen comes from, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and therefore identify counties, I agree, administration of funds, which is okay, research, which is okay, resolving of conflicts, Madam Speaker, there are many conflicts that continue, but I hope this will end. Then committee forums. Madam Speaker, there are 2 points. The issue of conservation of natural resources. This is a clarion call of the President that he has insisted that the issue of climate change is here with us, and therefore we must go into future. Let us improve on our forest cover, move it even to more than 10%, Madam Speaker, and therefore we'll be able to sell carbon credits to other nations, Madam Speaker. The issue of restoration of environment, Madam Speaker, I must insist on this. When Solai Dam tragedy happened and 48 lives were lost and many injured and maimed, Environment was also destroying Solai Dam, where Patel in Nakuru County. Madam Speaker, we must be giving out restoration orders of the environment. If we have to provide, even if you go and do quarry somewhere in Migori, you must ensure, Madam Speaker, you must ensure, Madam Speaker, you must ensure that there is restoration, Madam Speaker, of that environment. Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Kenywa?
Madam Speaker, umemwona Senator Alexander Mwirigi wa Embu anatembea jumba hili kutoka upande wa walio wengi mpaka walio wachache bila kufuata kanuni za bunge hii. Bwana Speaker, ni kama ako katika soko la Runyenjes ambapo anatoka katika duka la Muhindi akielekea duka wala lingine. Speaker, mwambie afuate sheria vizuri, na ni vizuri Speaker umwambie arejelee aweze kufanya vizuri, ndio iwe funzo, aweze kuzoea mambo ya vile inapaswa kufanya. Asante Speaker.
Senator Mudigi, if that's what happened, you're lucky I did not see you.
Madam Speaker, I think we are still learning, all of us. Madam Speaker, in the last point, I think he is lucky, as the Speaker said, on the last point, I request, Madam Speaker, an amendment that, because these are billions of shillings, Madam Speaker, and you know KRA will be collecting. These are royalties. I'm requesting that there should be a reporting mechanism to Parliament, because this is part of revenue. This is part of own source revenue and revenue that is paid to a fund. Madam Speaker, I request that we amend clause number 7 to include reporting to Parliament of all these funds, Madam Speaker. On the issue of putting out of 60%, you put 40% to local community projects, I agree, Madam Speaker. On the other issue, local boundaries, I think that bill was sponsored by Senator Governor Mutula Kilonzo Jr. with Senator Governor Sakaja. There was a local boundaries bill. I don't know the fate of that bill. It will be able to assist. I think it is in the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the other issue is on oversight. That is clause number 13, at least formation of local benefit sharing forum. I propose that they should do oversight role of that fund that is there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with those very, very remarks, I'm looking at the 10 minutes to the adjournment hour, and I can see that it is good that the bishop himself is the one pushing about the anti-gay in the house, so it is in order. Madam Speaker, all in all, this is a very important bill. I hope colleagues will have opportunity to look at it and reach it, and I hope when it comes to committee stage, we shall be able to contribute and ensure that we amend. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to Senator Danson Mungatana.
Let us have Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is very important, and I believe it is still in the middle of discussion. Madam Speaker, I really want to thank Senator Mungatana for cleverly and very wisely crafting this bill to avoid conflict of laws, because there are quite a number of other issues which intertwine with what he's trying to do to help Kenyans and to help devolution. He's done it so well. First of all, he clearly states that it's not a money bill, so it avoids the complications of a money bill where it has to go to several places, including the National Assembly. And again also, the bill concerns county governments because these resources are in the counties. And again also, the statement, the legislative power and the rights. And again also, the objects of the bill are quite clear, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to concentrate on a few things which touch this bill, which are very vital. And one of it is the role of the Commission of Revenue or Location, and then collection of royalties. And then when we go to the areas specific which we want to deal with. Madam Speaker, there is sunlight, which we have a lot of it in Ukambani, whereby this is solar harvesting, which can be used for cooling, cooling systems or coolers to store mangoes and other fruits we manufacture. Water resources, which includes the Thwake Dam, which is also in Makueni, the Grand High Falls Dam, which is coming up on Tana River, and then many other water resources, the groundwater in Turkana, and then forests, biodiversity, and genetic resources, very heavy. Wildlife resource, which is what I've been talking about this afternoon, with wildlife conflict, Madam Speaker, whereby the wildlife near our counties or around our counties should really benefit those counties, because the biggest damage is done to the county residents in those particular areas. And again also the industrial fishing, which happens in the coastal areas, and wind, which you have a lot of it in Ukambani. And once all this is done and dealt with, Madam Speaker, then it becomes a very serious matter of consideration, and it becomes a very big source of income. And then international organizations or international companies could be interested directly dealing with the companies and exploiting the resource there. And investors going directly to the counties, and therefore a lot of money is being raised. It carefully avoids the issue of mining, although there are some relationships, make sure that the counties are able to deal with this on their own. And therefore, means almost every county is going to benefit. There is there was a mistake, Madam Speaker, when we were forming this nation in 1963, whereby some areas were thought not to be useful in the development papers which were presented then in Parliament. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the North now is most useful and is the future of this country. Madam Speaker, if you look at America, there was a Wild West. The deserts, Nevada desert, where Hoover Dam was done, like the way we have done Thwake Dam. And today, Las Vegas, a very huge town which does a lot of business, operates in Las Vegas, and that's where actually we copied the idea of Thwake Dam. And Madam Speaker, in our deserts, that's where the biggest industries should be in the future. That's where we should use solar. That's where we have a lot of fishing in Lake Turkana and other places. Therefore, this particular bill is for the future. And we can create a lot of jobs if we invest in those areas. And all we need to do is to make sure there is security in northern Kenya, there is security in northeastern, so that investors are not scared of these places and can team up. And we invest in those areas. We have big rivers, where we can do a lot of irrigation. We can stop all these clashes we are seeing in the north of stock theft and the people be killed by bandits if we do irrigation. Madam Speaker, I've seen my colleague Ketch really once time, and I'm telling him the debate time, I doubt whether it is over. We still have a chance to debate on this very big matter, but because he's insisting, Madam Speaker, I'll bulge and allow him also to make a statement or two in this very important bill. I believe in third reading, we can do a lot of amendments. The lawyers in this house can help senior lawyer Mugatana, who has done a very good job. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We can have Senator Okech, Eddie.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for giving me opportunity to actually just make a few comments due to pressure of time in the debate on this bill by Honorable Senator Mugatana. I think this is one of the most brilliant bills that has ever come in this house, because resources define how societies do thrive. And, since times of colonization, resources that are extracted from communities don't get to them. And this is part of what we call neocolonization, where you find that a number of companies that are well capitalized and well resourced come to local communities, take their natural resources, go with them without the local communities benefiting. And the bill suggesting or proposing that we need to have a way of ensuring that natural resources from local communities can actually also be able to benefit them, even if they don't have capacity to exploit those resources by themselves, is a brilliant bill. And coming from Migori, where I come from, Madam Speaker, Migori is one of the counties that has got a lot of gold, and we have seen that a number of times Migori people who have got gold don't benefit from it because, one, they don't have the capacity to do proper mining, and two, there is no proper structure to access the market. And equally, Migori has got a lot of access to water in Lake Victoria. So this bill speaks closely to my heart. So I want just to make comments, perhaps 3 areas that I think that Senator Mugatana can consider to improve on this bill. Number 1, Senator, I wanted to perhaps implore upon you to think about, 1, be able to not only think about a benefit sharing structure, but I wanted to encourage you to think about effective benefit sharing structure. What I mean by this is basically thinking about if you can be able to be innovative enough to ensure that such fund at a national level can be cascaded in the grassroots to the counties so that counties can be able to ensure that there is prioritization in terms of how that fund reach communities to be able to deal with their problems. Number 2, that I wanted to implore upon you in the next 1 minute is that think also about a long-lasting strategy. And a long-lasting strategy is always a business strategy. So then how do we ensure that there is a way that we can empower local communities to be able to have enterprises tied to the exploitation mechanism? So basically what this means is that we'll be able to make communities be able to constantly have a share to the retail price of all the commodities that come from the extraction that we have. So basically, how do we ensure that this fund can enable communities to be able to do enterprises that will last for longer and have a bigger share in the long term to the extent that they can constantly be able to earn from this kind of engagement with the private sector in their communities, rather than just depending on royalties and which looks like grants and donations. I think with that, because of pressure of time, I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope that I'll engage more with my colleague to be able to put some more input, even in capacity building, to these local communities to deal with the issues that my brother Charagay was talking about of the effect of extraction in our communities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senators, it's now 5:30, and Senator Wabua was to move a motion which is of national importance. I invite Senator Wabua to take the floor.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to move this motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the motion that pursuant to Standing Order 37, the Senate now adjourn to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely the decision of the Supreme Court of Kenya in NGOs Coordination Board versus Eric Gitari and 5 others in petition number 16 of 2019, which declared discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community, LGBTQ, unconstitutional, and affirmed the rights of the community to form an association. Madam Speaker and honorable members, on Friday, February 24th this year, the apex court in the land, the Supreme Court of Kenya, in a majority ruling of 3-2, shocked the moral foundation of this country. The court ruled, and I quote, "Despite gayism being illegal in Kenya, they have a right of association. Madam Speaker, since the day of that pronouncement, the country has been thrown into a state of restlessness. The country is no longer at ease. We are not at peace. Parents, Madam Speaker, are crying out loud, demanding that the court be stopped from defiling the moral fiber of our society. Madam Speaker, Article 1, Cap 1 of Chapter 1 of our Constitution, in simple, plain English, declares that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the three arms of government, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature, only exercise delegated sovereignty. The Kenyan people are the real sovereigns. Madam Speaker, if any arm of government goes rogue, the sovereigns are both the moral and legal responsibility to beat that arm of government back on track. The sovereigns, Madam Speaker, in their millions, have spoken. And I speak today, Madam Speaker, both as a member of the sovereign community and as a leader upon whom sovereign power has been delegated, to say a big no to the registration or official recognition of LGBTQ in Kenya in any form or shape. Madam Speaker, Article 45, 1, 2, and 3 place the family at the core of society and social order. It talks about the right of adults to marry a person of the opposite sex. It also speaks about equal rights to couples. Madam Speaker, I want to make full disclosure on the floor of this House. That, Madam Speaker, I speak, yes, as the senator elected to represent the interests of the great people of Kitui in this Senate, but I also speak as a Christian, a practicing Christian, a born-again Christian. And in the book of Romans, chapter 1, verse number 16, Madam Speaker, I am not ashamed of the gospel of Jesus Christ, because it is the power of God and salvation to those who believe. Madam Speaker, the Apostle Paul, speaking to the church in Rome, chapter 12 of Romans, 1 and 2, he tells the church that I beseech you, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your reasonable service. And he goes on to tell them not to conform to this world, but to be transformed by the renewing of their mind, that they may prove that which is good and acceptable and perfect will of God upon them. Madam Speaker, this country is at a crossroads because of that ruling by the Supreme Court on the 24th of February. Madam Speaker, what the Supreme Court is inviting this nation to do, indeed what the Supreme Court is inviting our children to do, is to tell them that it is okay. Yes, we know that this country, gayism and any unnatural acts between people of the same sex is illegal. But people, you know what? You can go ahead and associate because you have right of association. You can form yourselves into caucuses, into groups. So that, Madam Speaker, one day as we walk into the Senate, it should be okay that we find our young people outside the entrance of the Senate holding hands, boys kissing boys, girls kissing girls, because the Supreme Court is telling them that they have a right to associate and do as they please. Madam Speaker, a time has come that true leadership must be seen. The Senate of the Republic of Kenya, Madam Speaker, has been invited to make a choice between conforming with the trends of the world or standing for the moral fiber of this country. Madam Speaker, because that call has been made to me as well, I pick it immediately and say with everything that I have, I will defend the moral fiber of this country. We cannot allow, Madam Speaker, people hiding behind offices to mislead our young people that the right to associate is superior to the morals of our nation. Madam Speaker, if we allow this judgment to gain root, if we allow these people that identify themselves in the category of LGBTQ, Madam Speaker, if we allow them to associate in our country, then, Madam Speaker, we should be ready to be said one day that while we were leaders in this country, we sold our morals to gayism, to lesbianism, and to all those unnatural acts. Madam Speaker, I know that there are a lot of senators here who would want to contribute to this motion. I see one of the Christian fundamentalists, Senator Medhu, has just walked in, and he said to me that he has to go on record on these matters. I see the senator of was in Gishu. He says he has to go on record on this matter. Madam Speaker, so that I don't take a lot of time on this matter, so that I give my colleagues an opportunity to weigh in on this matter, I beg to move and request the senator from Laikipia, Senator Kenywa, to second. I thank you.
Asante Bispika kunipa fursa hii. Bispika, siku ya leo ni siku ya hofu zaidi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Bispika, mimi nina uchungu kwa yale mambo ambayo koti yetu ya upeo, uamuzi uliofanywa, Bispika. Kukubali ya kwamba tunapaswa tuwe na miungano ya mashoga, miungano ya wasagaji, miungano wa watu walio na jinsia mbili na wale ambao waliobadilisha jinsia, Bispika. Bispika, mimi najua kazi ya mahakama ni kutafsiri sheria, sio kutunga sheria. Kazi ya kutunga sheria ni kazi ya bunge. Bispika, mimi najua vizuri mamlaka ya mahakama inapatikana kutokana na wananchi wa Kenya. Ukiangalia katika kipengee cha katiba yetu, kipengee cha 159, inasema mamlaka ya mahakama inatokana na wananchi wa Kenya. Nikikumbuka vizuri, wakati wananchi wa Kenya walipokuwa wanatengeneza katiba yao, walisema dhahiri shahiri ya kwamba mwanamume anapaswa kumuoa mwanamke. Bispika, kile kinachonisumbua zaidi ukiangalia katika, na haya maneno nasema, ukiangalia katika kipengee cha 41 cha katiba kinasema vile mwanamume amuoe mwanamke ama mtu wa jinsia tofauti lakini si watu wa jinsia moja. Ninajua ya kwamba Senator Wambua aliniambia akimaliza mambo hii ya siasa atakuwa mhubiri. Sasa kile kinachonisumbua ni ya kwamba Bi Speaker, wakati atakapokuwa akiandika ile hati ya ndoa imekuja hapa kulingana na koti ya upeo, itakuwa ndoa ni ya Mweni na Mwende, itakuwa ni ya Wambua na Kingola ama Mtua. Bwana Speaker, Bi Speaker, pole, itakuwa ni jambo la kuvunja moyo. Tutafanya huyu kiongozi ambaye atakuwa tayari amejitolea kuhubiri neno la Bwana kama vile alivyotangaza hapa, yeye itabidi aache kuhubiri kwa sababu hataweza kusimama wakati ule, pengine atakufa tu kwa kupigwa na mshtuko wa roho. Bi Speaker, nikifuatilia mambo yalivyoanza ni ya kwamba mashirika yasiyo ya kiserikali yalisimama kidete na kusema ya kwamba hayatasajili hii miungano, lakini koti letu la upeo, sijui ni kwa kutojua ama kwa kujua zaidi, wakaendelea mbele na kusema ya kwamba eti wanadhihirisha miungano hii na kutuambia ya kwamba ati ukiangalia katika kipengee cha 27 cha sheria kinasema ya kwamba haupaswi kumzuia mtu yoyote ama uwezi kuwazuia watu kufanya vile wanavyotaka kufanya, Bwana Speaker. Lakini Bwana Speaker, Bi Speaker, hata japokuwa ukiangalia kipengee cha 36 cha katiba ya Kenya inasema ya kwamba inakubalisha miungano yoyote, lakini wale ambao waliandika, na ni sisi wa Kenya ambao tuliandika katiba hii, hatukumaanisha miungano ya aina hii, na ndiposa bodi hii ambayo ilikuwa imekataa miungano kama hii na ikasimama kidete ikakataa, lakini mambo haya yalipelekwa katika koti letu la upeo ikaidhinisha. Vile ambavyo ningependa kuomba Bwana Speaker, na pengine mawakili kama Maanzo watatuambia zaidi kwa sababu wamebombea katika kazi ile. Bwana Bi Speaker, mwanasheria wetu wa Kenya akate rufaa, na kama kwa sababu hili ni koti la upeo hawezi kukata rufaa kwa sababu majaji wale walikuwa wamekaa pale ni majaji 5 na ninadhani kungekaa majaji 7. Majaji 7 ndio wanapaswa wakuwa wamekaa pale waweze kutoa uamuzi wao, lakini hawa walikuwa majaji 5. Bi Speaker, ni jambo ambalo mimi naona ya kwamba badala ya koti letu la upeo kutetea na kuilinda sheria yetu, wao wanasikiza mambo kutoka nchi za kigeni. Kazi yao ni kuharibu maadili yetu ambayo maadili sisi tumeyasimamia na tutakufa kwa maadili yetu. Bi Speaker, mimi nataka kuambia jumba hili la Seneti ya kwamba hata ikiwa wote watajiunga na hawa wasagaji, watajiunga na hawa mashoga, Bi Speaker, mimi nitabaki peke yangu kupambana na hizi sheria ambazo ni mbaya, zinagandamiza. Nitasimama kidete niweze kuwa kuhesabika, kwa sababu Biblia inasema hakuna goti alitapigwa mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Na nikiona mkeo wa Mwenyezi Mungu amenisahau, nitamwambia Mwenyezi Mungu, kumbuka nilisimama Senate nikatetea sheria zilizo nzuri. Ataniambia Kenya simama, na kwa sababu naitwa Yohana, kuja upande huu uishi milele na milele. Nashukuru Bi Speaker.
It's time up. Senator Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate do now adjourn to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely the decision of the Supreme Court of Kenya in NGOs Coordination Board versus Eric Gitari and 5 others in petition number 16 of 2019, which declared discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and queer community, LGBTQ, unconstitutional, and affirmed the rights of the community to form an association. I now call upon Senator Margaret Kamau. Senator Mudege, you hold on until the Speaker calls you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to the concerns that have been raised in this motion by the Honorable Wambua, my very good student. Madam Speaker, the issue before us is an issue that surprised us as a nation, it surprised us as individuals, it surprised us as religious groups. I am a Christian myself, and I believe in a marriage of a man and a woman. It's also clear that in the law of Kenya, the only marriage that is recognized is heterosexual marriage. Madam Speaker, it therefore surprises one to know where the Supreme Court, how the Supreme Court arrived at the conclusion that they made. It's my understanding, because I'm not a lawyer, that the courts use the law. If the law says that if the law says in Kenya that we only recognize heterosexual marriages, how did they decide that a group that doesn't exist in the law itself should exist in associations? Because in my understanding, it was a very clear conflict between what the Constitution says and what the conclusion of the verdict of the three said. Madam Speaker, I'm saying this because first I was involved in the drafting of the Constitution. I was in the Bombers drafting team. And not in the drafting team, but I participated in the drafting of the Constitution. And there are so many things we debated about. We looked at what is good for this nation. We looked at what keeps us as different communities together. We looked at our culture, and a lot of principles that are within the Constitution actually arose from our cultures. Madam Speaker, we know that we have changed our cultures for many years, from since pre-independence when we were a colony. And there are some cultures that were lost. There are some which are preserved. There are some even which were recovered thereafter. And Madam Speaker, before a very big decision like that is made and announced in the country, it would have been very important to go back and look at the reason why the Constitution has that clause that marriage in Kenya shall be heterosexual. Because if all discussion around the development of a Constitution came up with that conclusion, how can we rush to recognize something that has been disowned by the Constitution itself? It was therefore very surprising for some of us to hear that kind of conclusion. It would be important for the, Madam Speaker, for this House to pronounce itself on a matter that is touching also the other arm of government, so that all of us come up with a conclusion that is satisfactory. Madam Speaker, there's hue and cry all over. The churches are crying. We are receiving calls from all over that we must discuss this issue before it goes out of hand. Reason being that it is touching the very core of our youth. Our youth are in crossroads. What is this supposed to be? If we allow it to continue without any check, what is it going to take the society to be? Our cultures will already be have been eroded. It is therefore very important that even as we discuss this, Madam Speaker, we demand that we look back at the Constitution. And this is what the Supreme Court should have looked at. And they need to give us an explanation why they are moving away from the Constitution. Because this is going to give us a shortcut. It would have been better for us to have a review of the Constitution itself so that we know exactly where we are going. So, Madam Speaker, I really agree with the concerns that have been raised by Senator Wambua, and I thank him for bringing this forward so that we can do something that our people are very keen on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Mundigi, and as he takes the floor, Senators, I would urge you to condense your remarks, maybe cede 1 minute, because it's a motion which many people are interested, many senators are interested in contributing to. So by consensus, we could say 4 minutes instead of 5 minutes. 3 minutes? Yes, understanding order. The adjournment was done understanding order 37.3. The maximum is 5 minutes. So 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, naunga mkono maneno ambayo imezungumzwa na Bishop. Katika kila county inji iko na vyama, lakini katika ufalme wa mbinguni vyama ni 2, ya Yesu Kristo na ambaye ni ya Shetani. Kutoka wakati wa wazazi wetu tulisaliwa, watu wengi walikuwa na umbili, tulikuwa sikia wakati wa maumbili walikuwa naangalia mambo ya Mount Kenya. Lakini wakati tulisaliwa tuko watu wakubwa, hatukusikia wakiongea mambo ya mwanaume kwa mwanaume, ama mambo ya mwanamke kwa mwanamke. Mambo ya Yesu Kristo ikakuja, tukaumbiriwa, ikawa sasa ufalme ni 2 ya Yesu Kristo, ambaye ni Mungu Baba, Mungu Mwana, Mungu Roho Mtakatifu. Wale judges ambaye walifunzwa na wazazi wao mambo ya Yesu Kristo, wakuvunjwa mambo ya giza, saa hii wanataka kufunza watoto wetu mambo ya mwanaume kwa mwanaume. Wakati dunia kazi imekosekana, madawa ya kulevya iko, mambo ya usharati iko, dunia imeharibika. Sasa wanatuletea mambo ingine ambayo ni ya giza. Na unajua vijana wetu wana kazi. Kwa hivyo yale wanataka kutufundisha ni kuwa hivi karibuni tunafunza watoto wetu wakiwa ndigiri wakose kazi, alafu wanje mambo ambaye haifai, itakuwa kazi yao ni kukatana mapanga na vita ya usiku na mchana. Kwa hivyo mimi kama Senator wa Embu County Kenya naunga mkono hawa judges, wanafaa waangaliwe vizuri sana mafikira yao ilikuwa ni gani, ama ni kutaka kuharibu Kenya, kwa sababu katika Kenya hakuna mtu hata mmoja ambaye anajua mambo ya Yesu Kristo anaweza kusupport hiyo maneno. Kwa hivyo hata Waislamu wanajua mambo ya Yesu, wanajua mambo ya kuomba. Siku hizi kanisa ni moja, isipokuwa tu wale wachache wa mambo ya kindini ambayo mambo ya giza hawezi kusupport hiyo maneno. Kwa hivyo naomba isipokuwa ni vile kuwezekani, tuko seneta wengi, tupatiwe siku ingine tukuje tusungumuze na tuweke kura, ndio hii maneno yote tuyatemee kabisa, tukisema nchi ya Kenya inaongozwa na Yesu Kristo. Kwa sababu mnajua hata wakati tulichagua watu wengi ni wale walikuwa naomba asubuhi na jioni, na tukawa Mungu amekuja na tumepita. Asante.
Senator Joyce.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me, Madam Speaker, first to thank the Kenya Kwanza government, led by His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, and his family, the Deputy President's family, for taking lead in believing in the people. And I want to say this, Madam Speaker, that the issues that we are discussing today in this House are issues that are touching directly to our lives. Madam Speaker, I rise to strongly oppose the Supreme Court ruling that allowed the registration of LGBTQ communities as an NGO, which has caused an uproar among various sectors in the country. Madam Speaker, most of the religious leaders and the Kenyan citizen have condemned these latest developments in different capacities. Madam Speaker, from the look of things, this is going to open a Pandora's box that will lead to imitation of negative Western culture. Madam Speaker, remember, around 32 countries have legalized same marriage. One of them being Argentina, we have Brazil, we have Germany, and a number of them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to bring to the attention of this House that the Constitution, under Chapter 1, gives the people of this country powers, the sovereign powers. Madam Speaker, as much as we respect the separation of powers, this House being a legislative arm of government.
Senator Joyce,
Yeah?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but wind up. Your minutes are over.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I have really been waiting for this, but just allow me at least 2 more minutes to wind up quickly. Madam Speaker.
1 minute, Joyce, not 2.
Being a legislative arm of government cannot sit down and watch our children being driven down the wrong social legislation. Madam Speaker, I want to state categorically as a parent that I will be the last woman standing to fiercely oppose without any negotiation. And I want to allow the former CEO of Kenya Films Classification Board, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, Madam Speaker, for the efforts he bravely put on pan the viewing of movies named Rafiki in the year 2018. Madam Speaker, amidst much criticism and pressure to protect the youth from exposure, the said movie promoted relationship between ladies. Such stern action should be emulated by the leaders in all arms of government, Madam Speaker. Finally, Madam Speaker, this decision is an attack to the family unit, which is an essential part of the community. In the Christian religion in which I subscribe to, we have commanded the increase and fill the earth with sons and daughters. Madam Speaker, with the less development, I don't see the possibility of fulfilling the command since we are going against the rule of nature.
Clerk, Senator Joyce's time is up.
Madam Speaker, it was not yet over.
What is your point of order?
Is Senator Joyce in order to challenge the decision of the Speaker when her time is up, Madam Speaker? She is out of order.
Madam Speaker?
Senator Joyce, once the Speaker rules, you have to abide by the ruling for future engagements. You wanted to say something, Senator Joyce? Okay, it's okay. Let's proceed on with the next senator. Finalized there. Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I quote, do not practice homosexuality. Having sex with another man or with a woman is a detestable sin. This is Leviticus 13, verse 22. If a man practices homosexuality, having sex with another man as with a woman, both men have committed a detestable act. They must both be put to death, for they are guilty of a capital offense. Again, Leviticus 20, verse 13. Madam Speaker, the Penal Code says, as the same quote, under its section 56, and the same quote says you will be jailed for 14 years. Yet, this is a capital offense in the godly Penal Code. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious matter, and the Supreme Court is composed of 7 judges. I want to say that this decision is reviewable by the Supreme Court before it is implemented. And secondly, these sort of acts are very common, Madam Speaker, in jails, in schools, and in many parts of the community. And it is a high time Kenyans knew that it is a serious matter. In the Swahili version of the Bible, say in quote, ni chukizo kwa Bwana. So, Madam Speaker, it's a very, very serious matter, and the lawyers in this house, and we are joining Honorable Kaluma in this, to make sure that this decision is reviewed as quickly as possible before it is implemented. And again also, Madam Speaker, our constitution does not go with what the decision was said in court. Our constitution is clear that marriage in Kenya is between man and woman, and even chapter 6 and all other good sections of the constitution. At no one point, and even the drafters of our constitution, and Honorable Margaret Kamaru was here, at no one point they ever intended marriages of that nature. The only distinction is that freedom of association. You cannot be in freedom of association in sin. You cannot have a judgment which legalizes sin. You cannot have a judgment. I am aware also this has taken 10 years in the courts. There is also another application try to declare that section 76 of the Penal Code unconstitutional, meaning then this will be allowed completely in the country. And that's why a fight must be put immediately so that the Supreme Court puts the...
Time is up, Senator. Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I arise to add my voice to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, the framers of the Constitution 2010 were very clear in the wording of Article 45. And I think this was raised well by the mover of this motion. Let me read it, Madam Speaker, because I know I don't have a lot of time. The family is the natural and fundamental unit of society. And more important, Madam Speaker, is the part following. The necessary basis of social order. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, unless the foundation of the family is founded and grounded well, there will be no order, there will be no social order, and shall enjoy the recognition and protection of the state. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the state organs is the executive, this House, Parliament, and the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, that particular article requires that those state agents should be able to protect the family unit. So, Madam Speaker, it is so sad that this is happening, Madam Speaker, in a nation that we know to be a God-fearing nation. I want to condemn that judgment by the Supreme Court. And Madam Speaker, this is a curable situation. I want to agree with my answer that the Supreme Court, Madam Speaker, can still review that particular ruling. And I think, Madam Speaker, they have no option, because if the Kenyan people, the other state organs, like this House, says no, then the Supreme Court, the judiciary, which is, Madam Speaker, mandated under Article 47 to uphold the family unit, will have no option but to review that particular ruling. Madam Speaker, those of us who have children, of course, we are all blessed here to have children. We have wives, we have husbands, relatives. The last 1 week, Madam Speaker, has been a very challenging moment, because it is outside there that now people of the same.
Time is up. Senator Hezena, do you have an intervention? You have a standing order or intervention? Or you want to contribute?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Then you wait
1 minute.
Your chance.
Okay.
Senator Siengo. Senator Siengo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, I don't know where to start because the time is too short. Anyway, I want to note, Madam Speaker, that we are living in challenging times, witnessing societal fabric breakdown. Biblically, allow me to quote Romans chapter 1, verses 26 and 27. And the Bible says, "For this reason God gave them up to vile passions, for even their women exchanged the natural use of what is against nature. Likewise, also their men, leaving the natural use of the women, burnt in their lust for one another, men with men, committing what is shameful, and receiving themselves the penalty of their error, which was due." Madam Speaker, allow me to say that I've stood to support the motion by Senator Wambua and stand against the ruling by the Supreme Court. Madam Speaker, God gave functions of each part of the body. We cannot disapprove God, yet He created us and assigned each part of the body its function. I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, for these judges of the Supreme Court, we are a very important national issue of the election, of the presidential election. And when the ruling was to be made, we were told and treated to a drama of hot hair and other things. Why should they, the same Supreme Court, now come to oppose what is God-given and allow people who are doing things that are not right and making it to be a surprise to this nation? Madam Speaker, these judges who did that, my proposal is that law should be taken against them because they are leading Kenya to extinction. Relationship or marriage between man and man or woman with woman will not give children. So we want to finish Kenya. Where will future generations come from, Madam Speaker? I just wonder also, Madam Speaker, because I was watching when this judgment was done, a very important guest visited this Kenya. What is the link between this visit and the ruling that followed immediately thereafter? I wonder what the connection is. Madam Speaker, allow me to say that as legislators in this nation, we must stand for this nation and protect the future generation. We need children that is naturally come from a marriage between a man and a woman. I oppose that judgment.
Senator Beth.
She's still standing, Madam Speaker.
Sit.
Madam Speaker.
Take your seat. Point of order.
Seeking
What is your
clarification.
point
The Honorable Senator said the ruling came immediately following a guest that come, special guest. Madam Speaker, who is this special guest?
Senator Beth, you need to clarify that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We all witnessed the First Lady of the US visited this nation, and it had something to do with NGOs. And the connection, I'm just wondering why the ruling of the Supreme Court immediately after this guest arrived in Kenya. So, Madam Speaker, I hope my time was not yet.
Point of order, Senator Kenya.
Madam Speaker, I wouldn't want to interrupt her, but I find it not appropriate, Madam Speaker, to insinuate about our judgment and visitors from other countries, Madam Speaker. Does it mean that our courts are not independent? Does it mean they are influenced by external forces, Madam Speaker? And especially when you say the First Lady of the United States of America visited Kenya and then our judiciary alluded in that favor. Madam Speaker, I don't find it appropriate.
What's your point of order, Senator Wambua?
Yes, I will.
Make it short.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, actually, the time is not even on our side. Madam Speaker, we cannot be prisoners of our conscience. We cannot allow that. The senator here has just asked a question. That at the time that the judgment was being made, a statement of fact. There was a leader who visited our country, and the visit was connected to NGOs, and she is asking whether there could be anything to do with that visit. We cannot, Madam Speaker, gang senators to the extent that they cannot seize facts and talk about facts. Again, secondly, Madam Speaker, it is not in the space of Senator Beth Siengo to establish whether there is independence of the judiciary. That's not our business. It is the judiciary that should exert its independence. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Joyce?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the onset of this debate, it is clear that the entire leadership of this House is opposed to the ruling. Madam Speaker, the visitor who came to this country was making a visit to this country and was welcomed by the government. Does it mean the honorable member is initiating that it was the government using the same visitor to make the court make that ruling?
Honorable senators, I want to request Senator Beth to take half a minute to finalize her contribution. Time is
Thank you,
running.
Madam Speaker. Actually, I'm just wondering, okay, they say the guilty are always afraid. I have not, Madam Speaker, actually I was just wondering, and that's how my statement was. I'm wondering the connection between the visit and the ruling. And this visit, when I had connection with the NGO funding, that is my question. However, Madam Speaker, allow me to say that as legislators in this nation, we have a role to play to make sure we protect our culture, our values, and our faith. Not Christianity, not Muslim can approve.
Time up, Senator Beth Siengo. Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. In fact, I was worried that those who had spoken earlier were interrupting and taking much of our time because we also wanted to contribute. So, Honorable Madam Speaker, I join Kenyans to condemn the ruling that was done by the 3 Supreme Court judges about association of LGBTQ. Honorable Speaker, that ruling was actually a disguised ruling to allow marriages of the same sex, because they said they can associate, but it was a disguise. It was a soft way of saying they can get married, same-sex marriages, which they fought for the last 10 years, but we have opposed. We opposed, and people have gone to the streets. I don't know why we have not seen people coming to outside the Senate or outside National Assembly or going to Supreme Court to condemn this thing that happened on Friday last week. Honorable Speaker, most of us, including myself, I'm a Christian, I'm a staunch Christian, and I believe in the same, I believe in heterosexual marriages. Madam Speaker, the Bible is very clear. Our cultures as Africans are very clear. In fact, there is nothing in the African culture that a man with another man would associate or even get married or be intimate. So I don't know why our Supreme Court judges are taking us to adopt the culture, the Western culture. It is an abomination. If you read the Bible, Genesis chapter 2, Honorable Madam Speaker, God made the world, the earth. He created the man, and he saw that man needs an helper, and that helper is not another man; it's a woman. And we were given a command to go to the world and procreate and fill the world. Supposing now this thing is legalized, it means in another 10, 50, 100 years, we'll be extinct. There'll be no one in this world. So, Madam Speaker, we condemn this, and when you read Leviticus also, chapter 13, if a man associates and has sex with another man, it is detestable. It's abomination. In those old days, you would be killed. So I agree what the President of Uganda, His Excellency Museveni, who has said that if two men associate and they get married, we put them in until they get, one of them gives birth, which I know none will give birth. So, Honorable Speaker.
Time up, Senator Metho.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would also want to make it very quick so that I allow my colleagues to voice their voices on this one. I would want to comment the motion that has been brought by our Deputy Leader of Minority. Madam Speaker, I have tried to really imagine what we are speaking about. I have never imagined, and I am lost of words, Madam Speaker, how a man would look a man like myself, with such a bushy face and see a woman in me. To even think, not even associate, to even think that a person of, that looks like myself. Madam Speaker, I don't want to speak about the female side. My colleagues have spoken about it. But I think it is such, a disgusting thing to even think. I am made to imagine that if every man is made of the material that I'm made of, a very rough skin, nothing attractive that a man I would see, if any man is like myself, there's nothing attractive that I would ever see. Look at my face, Madam Speaker. Look at my beard, Madam Speaker. Rough, there's nothing soft in me that anybody would ever see that makes me look like a girl, Madam Speaker. There is so much, Madam Speaker, that would be attractive. Madam Speaker, surely, finally, on my last comment, because my time I know is over, I would want anybody to convince me. If then we are speaking about making a generation,
Madam Speaker, and I raise...
Condense your comments to maybe 1.5 by consent so that everybody can contribute.
Sure, I'll be very brief. I rise to support the motion by the Honorable Distinguished Senator Wambua, and I would like to shift focus a bit from the discussion of LGBTQ to maybe try and deliberate on why the Supreme Court of Kenya was allowing this kind of absurdity that is against our religion and against our African culture. Perhaps we need to think as a country and shift focus from poverty eradication to wealth creation, because if at all this is in relation to the donations we get from the international organizations that are funding the LGBTQ rights, then if the ruling was meant to please this organization, how about the same organization or any other foreign interference of our nation by other countries to shift focus into empowering the vast majority of youth who are unemployed in this country and looking? How about looking for employment, sorry. How about we also think about diversifying our sources of income for people in this country? How about tapping on our vast resources in this country? How about strengthening our industries to ensure that we have more jobs for these people? Because like they say, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. So my honorable colleagues are alleging here that which I agree with them, that gayism and lesbianism and whatever LGBTQ is all because of, is evil. So that means our youth are idle, and that's why they're engaging in evil activities. How about we try and get jobs for them so that at least we can have a better... Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Charadike. Now, you have to take...
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I want to support the motion by Senator Wambua by agreeing that as a nation, we need to move in going. Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court decision was hot air. Madam Speaker, it was uncultural, it was uncouth. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the President and the Deputy President for saying the government of Kenya shall not allow issues of gayism in this country. Number two, there is allegation that 15 billion that has been given to government to fight drought was courtesy of in support of gayism in the country. I want to deny that is not true. The visit of Jill Biden does not connect himself with what is happening, Madam Speaker, and therefore we oppose this issue of homosexuality in the country. It is ungood, Madam Speaker. I will join other learned friends in this Senate to move to Court of Supreme Court to review the decision. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Madago.
Madam Speaker, first I rise to oppose the decision of the Supreme Court on this matter, Madam Speaker, of allowing the registration of an association of LGBT, whatever, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the ruling, the Supreme Court was relying on the Bill of Rights, Madam Speaker, that is enshrined in our Constitution. But the framers of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, knew that even though there is rights of every Kenyan, there must be limitation to those rights, Madam Speaker. And I thought the Supreme Court should have also read the limitation of rights and fundamental freedoms. And that is why in the Constitution there is Bill of Rights, but at the same time there is limitation to those freedoms. Madam Speaker, I'm one happy senator today because the President has pronounced himself on this matter, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we oppose same-sex marriage, we oppose gayism, we oppose lesbianism. Madam Speaker, in fact, I'll be speaking to my county assembly of Wasingishu, Madam Speaker, to ban any activity related to lesbianism, gayism, and in fact, any social club that will be seen or behaving to promote these activities, Madam Speaker, they must be removed and they must be closed. We must make our position known. And we want to tell the West that if indeed the aid coming to Africa, if indeed it is a condition that we must become gay and lesbian for us to receive funds, we are ready as Africans, as Kenyans, to even die for that one principle that we cannot accept, and we cannot accept to be whipped by the West. And it is time, and this debate is coming at the right time, and the African continent must rise and refuse to be intimidated by the West, Madam Speaker. And we know there are countries that are funding these activities, sponsoring NGOs who are doing recruitment, and we are going to name them and shame them. Madam Speaker, it is not lost that these countries, who have also been advancing as loans at very exorbitant interest rates, have been giving themselves loans from the IMF, from the World Bank, at 0.0 something interest rate, and they are on lend to the funds they want to bring to this country to come and promote those activities. As a Senate, we are also going to put regulation that all funds that come to this country, that in any way is associated with promoting this kind of behavior that is not acceptable to us, we are going to tell them, thank you, we would rather die than have their money. Madam Speaker, we are going to oppose this. And Madam Speaker, we want to urge our principals in our secondary schools and primary schools and institutions of Ireland that they must be now on the lookout of any funny behaviors in the schools, and such activities must be wiped out in our institutions of learning. Madam Speaker, as the Senator of Uasin Gishu, we shall not allow in my county, and in fact, we shall be calling a serious county assembly of both citizens and MCA to make a declaration that it is a no-go zone in my county, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 7th March 2023 at 2:30. Thank you.